Welcome to the beginning of our adventure in Star Trek Resurgence. This is a game that was originally released in 2023, although it was Epic Game Store exclusive at the time and didn't come out on Steam until a year later, so I think it largely went unnoticed. And it was recently, here in April 2026, when we're finally getting around to playing this, delisted from all platforms because the Star Trek license was not renewed or extended for this game. It's currently already unavailable on all storefronts except for Nintendo Switch, where it will probably go down at any time. And we are indeed going to be playing the Switch version today, the Switch version that was released in 2025. Quite a delayed port, and a port that actually, from what I hear, reworked it quite a bit to target a handheld experience and also just get everything running smoothly. As far as I know, many of the in-engine graphical elements were all replaced with pre-rendered video, and that does affect the interactivity of some of the various segments and minigames. But right now, the Switch version is the one and only one that is still live and available, and that is the one we're going to be showing off. So, let's take a look. This was developed by Dramatic Labs, which was created by the former employees of Telltale Games, known for a particular narrative-heavy adventure style, kind of an outgrowth of the old point-and-clicks of the 90s, except with an even heavier focus on story and choice and consequence rather than puzzles. And we'll see how much this game is in keeping with the catalog that Telltale was known for in the 2010s, in that very brief period when they seemed on top of the world in their particular genre. So, let's begin, and let's see what happens. We're not expecting much recognizable Star Trek music, because that is known to be a major licensing roadblock, even completely apart from the fact that this game has been delisted due to licensing fees. But anyway, we won't talk too much over characters and cutscenes. So let's watch the introduction and see what happens.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship back together, we're finally about to venture out on a new mission. And the crew isn't letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down. They're ready for something different. I know I am. Perhaps more than any of them. Fortunately, nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives way to chaos, in this case, change is good. Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
First QuickTime event of the day.
Thanks.
I actually should
No
have seen
problem.
what happens so we miss it.
I'm not great with flying. But these little shuttles?
Oh, and there is a
Are the
timer
worst.
on the dialogue.
You don't like flying.
That's very much a Telltale trademark
Yeah.
as well.
You joined Starfleet.
There's a reason I'm not a pilot.
You should try it sometime.
Our crewmen will remember that.
Sorry, I'm a little anxious.
I hadn't noticed.
I'm on my way to my first assignment. When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
It won't be easy for Jara to step in at the 11th hour like this. But if she's half the officer I knew she could become when she was a cadet at Starfleet Academy, she'll be the XO this ship needs right now.
And here we are, Star Trek Resurgence. I may take down the subtitle size slightly. It is possible in the settings. The UI elements feel so blown up because it is a port that was accommodating people who play in handheld on Switch 1. We have an episode title here too, Change of Station. Which is why you have the dialogue selection pretty much covering the whole screen. I think that was very much an accommodation for people who are playing on touchscreen and handheld. It's kind of almost like a port for mobile in some ways, although this game never actually did make it to mobile as far as I know. So anyway, we need to use the sticks to search for interactions. So yeah, we basically have to mouse over. I don't know if there's a way to highlight hotspots that are interactable. And we will, of course, always do everything we can to avoid the critical path that is highlighted in amber. Oh, and then 2 pages to see here. R when a nav icon is visible to see other available areas. Okay, we'll get used to it. Yeah, that's something else specific to the Switch port as well, I think, is that the original on PC allows you to walk around a ship. Functionally, I don't think it's too different to just kind of zip from point to point, though. I'm going to see if we can actually get the subtitle setting down just a little bit here. We'll see how that looks. I think it'll be a little bit better with how I'm viewing it currently. Hopefully it's okay for the streaming experience. So let's see our crew here. This is in Callaway. Although, of course, reducing the subtitles won't do much to scale with the huge text size that you get everywhere else. So we'll see how the experience goes. Anyway, lots of crew member slots that are still remaining to be filled. Oh, that's interesting that we essentially have 2 pages here. What's modes? Okay, that just tells you what you can do. Tricorder will open automatically when there's something to scan. And oh, it's a transporter minigame then. And there will be a little bit of stick aiming on it. Okay, well, we'll get the hang of it as we go, maybe. So let's examine. It's a little odd that everything is on ZR rather than on a face button, but
and dangerous.
We'll see. And then, okay, so yeah, when you've got the central interface, it kind of tells you what you're able to point to. Let's take a look.
A starbase on the very edge of Federation space. Long way from home now.
And that's where we can go. Let me just see if I can read the tip sheet again. Okay, when it's the blue icon that's available, then we see that. Yeah, it's too bad I can't rebind anything because I keep thinking that I can press A to select things, but it's actually ZR everywhere, which feels very strange. But we'll get used to it.
Commander? I'm not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the academy.
Oh yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalin test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look like a picnic on Pintaris 5.
A no-win
Anyway.
picnic.
I finished in the top 20. Not just in my class. I mean, all time. In the history of the academy.
Simulations are great for training, but they're not quite the same as the real thing.
That's fair.
It's a very fast dialogue
I
now.
guess I'm about to find out.
It's something that has caught me out in older Telltale games as well.
Please place your hand here. Hold it there for a few seconds.
Okay, so... Alright, we actually do need to interact with it.
Welcome, Commander Rydek.
Wait, you're Jara Rydek? You absolutely crushed the Torvalin test. You finished in what, like the top 3?
That would be me.
Now I'm really... It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the shuttle and was glad to be on solid ground.
When people say top 3, what they really mean is 3rd place. I'm not first, so there's always room for improvement.
I'll, keep working then.
I believe Commander Ermot is expecting you. He's in the concourse just ahead.
See you on the Resolute.
Good day, Commander.
If I remember my briefing, Commander Ermot is a Bolian, so I'm looking for someone with blue skin.
Should be looking in the barber shop. Now... Okay, so it's going to be the tip sheet for navigating the ship again. We'll see what to do with that. Interestingly enough, I think this is actually, in theory, entirely controllable with just the right Joy-Con, apart from having to page L and R in the menus, I guess. But yeah, so if you have the navigation button, then you can go to the inner lounge. Wait, how do we back out of that, though? Or does it just keep myself here? Yeah. It doesn't seem like I can actually cancel out. No, yes, I can. I can just press R a second time. Anyway, we'll examine everything we can.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Look here. The Resolute is leaving from this dock.
Oh, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me.
And welcome in, Mario. Congratulations
Thanks
on
so
your
much, Commander.
far more than 30-plus stream streak.
Excuse me. Have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
Happy to help, Commander.
Not until I find Commander Ermot.
Okay, so I guess we get over here.
I'll replicate myself a meal once I'm on board.
Ermot will advance the story, so of course we're going to avoid that.
Starbase 128 has 4 docks.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm Commander Jan Ermot, Operations Officer on the Resolute. Commander? I hope there wasn't too much trouble getting here. This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now. I know conditions are less than ideal at the moment.
It was perfectly fine. No trouble at all.
I'm glad to hear it. We're grateful you were able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice. From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a
I guess we'll find out what happened to the previous first officer.
to our little research vessel.
I'll do my best to live up to expectations.
Oh, I'm sure you'll do just fine. And if I can help in any way, just let me know.
NCC 92317.
The USS Resolute. She may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than hold her own. And she doesn't look so bad considering 6 months ago she was nearly cracked in half, venting plasma, fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
Equipment malfunction. An accident suggests fault, but no one's to blame. It was a planned test, but the warp core was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought we could reach a higher resonant frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for each other. That's what it means to be a crew.
With hundreds of crew members aboard the ship, it could have been so much worse.
True, but you never think about it that way. You can't help but replay events in your head and think about the things you could have done instead. Listen, I realize you've known Captain Solano for quite some time, and I'm sure you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first.
Trust is earned, and it sounds like I have my work cut out for me. But I plan on winning them over.
I don't doubt that. I just figured it was better to know what you were walking into.
Of course.
Starfleet has assigned us a high-priority mission to the Hotari region. I'll let the captain brief you on board. I know he's eager to see you.
Will we be mission ready in time?
We have every intention. The crew has been working around the clock to get the ship ready. There's still so much to do.
Never mind about playing it just one-handed. You didn't need the L stick there.
Stuck. I got just the thing.
Okay, so do we need to choose the correct tool? Let's go with the interphasic coil spanner. Well, why not? I mean, we don't know what anything does yet.
Need to melt some
need to melt some corrosion. Okay.
Just a plasma injector.
All right, in that case, torch. What else was here? Hyperspanner. Wasn't exactly paying attention to the problem, actually. So, oh, I guess we just move the stick within the circle, and then that's all there is to it. Tiny little micro interactions like this. Kind of reminds me, actually, of the first of the two Telltale Batman games. I did play both of them on Switch 1. The first one of the two kind of stuck out at me a little bit more when it came to a couple of minor interactables like this that I don't really have too much choice attached to them. They're just a little bit of extra interactivity. Okay, do I hold this to the right? Is that what it means? I think so.
Is that?
Maybe we have to do these as timed QTEs at some point. And we should get used to them. The lower decks.
I thought the thing
Rather
was
familiar
totally
title.
flat.
in multiple ways by now.
Nice work, Carter.
Nothing to it, Neely.
And not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering. Like, now.
Of the Telltale games, though, the one that really did the interactables well was Tales of the Borderlands, because it would actually be used as a comedy device in some ways. And was very clever about it, especially if you
Everything okay?
I dropped a
generally had an idea of how the format usually goes.
Gonna have to remove a few of them to find it, and then...
Whew, then another hour of recalibrating. Ouch. I'll leave you to it. Corrosion in there was pretty extreme. Nothing I couldn't handle, though.
And, well, I might as well see what the transporter is doing.
We need to test this cargo transporter. I've never been that great with the signal plotting.
I got it. No problem.
Do we get a little transporter minigame? I think we do. Select waypoints to create a path through the ionic interference. Ah, okay, and then we select and drag. I think this is also something that was made to accommodate touchscreen play as well, but we're on sticks, so we'll see what we can do. It's kind of too bad that since the game launched, it actually hasn't really had any kind of additional support or anything for, say, mouse support in Switch 2 or anything like that, but obviously, given its recent delisting, you can tell that nobody was really in a position to support this game much further past launch. So we need to adjust the amplitude and the frequency to match the waveform. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens here. So we need to get around the interference first of all. So we select the nodes and we just kind of drag them down. And then do we just route this one up? Maybe we do. It looks fine.
No sweat.
Descriptive bits. The reason the dialogue choices fill the entire screen. It does not do that in the original PC version. I know, I've seen footage of it. It is because this is the Switch port and it was built for touchscreen handheld play. It feels almost kind of like a mobile port, doesn't it? When it fills the screen like that, like it's built for a much smaller form factor. Because that's what it immediately reminds me of. Okay, no more interactables here, so let's just take a look at each of the different areas before we leave.
A place for everything, and everything in its place.
Because, yeah, if you look at some of the footage on other platforms, the dialogue does not fill the entire screen like that. So I'm pretty sure it's just the touch-friendly UI on Switch talking.
Someone gonna fix that?
And, oh, also, I didn't take a time to see if we've already got the separate crew page here. Well, nobody recruited on this end yet. Oh, and that's probably why we saw the character card for, oops, the Bolian character, Commander Ermont earlier on. We saw his face kind of flash on the left side. I guess that's when he's added to the roster. Oh, I guess we need to get in a circle. Under the timer.
Oh, these are heavier than they look. Makes more sense than zero G. You're welcome.
Okay, let's see some of the other locations first, though. Just to inspect. Whoops, I totally didn't see what was going on there. I was fiddling with something on the streaming side.
That's not where that goes. Maybe we can figure out where you're supposed to be.
Hence, caught completely unprepared by the QTE prompt.
Oh, hey, there it is. You're a lifesaver, Diaz.
Well, I don't know about that, but I try.
Yeah, I can't get complacent about that sometimes, but luckily it didn't seem to impact anything, so let's go back to the door and continue.
Engineering.
I heard the new XO just arrived. Won't be long before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for, it's something good. I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degaussing plasma manifolds. Hanging upside down makes me queasy.
You and me working together, we can tackle anything he throws at us.
Your optimism is positively contagious. Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
We were just looking for you, Commander.
Petty Officers Ed Solar, Diaz. I was beginning to think you would be late. We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you. A point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Ed Solar on repeated occasions.
So you're saying we're irreplaceable, Commander?
That is one interpretation. Another would be that I would replace you if I could. You can interpret as you see fit.
So, I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Actually, there was a red border
Equip
around his name.
yourselves
Maybe he
in
didn't like
EV
that
suits
comment.
to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity field for optimal performance. The subspace distortions and ionic interference we are experiencing are preventing the proper calibration. But this ship must be ready to depart shortly, despite the storm. The precise nature of these disturbances are not fully understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide band of emissive activity.
Commander, if this energy storm is causing problems here at Space Dock, what does that say about what we're gonna find when we head out there for real? Shouldn't we let this storm pass?
Long-range sensors show that conditions will indeed be more severe at our destination, the Hotari system. Thusly, we are taking all necessary precautions.
That's some attention to the
You have your
voice acting
orders.
direction, by the way. That he does
Do
say
not delay.
sensors, the
Yes,
Vulcan
Commander
way.
Chovak. All hands on deck.
What's that?
All hands on deck. That's what Chovak said. You know what that means? It means this ship isn't ready to go out and the brass know it. So they're throwing every warm body at it. And they're going to leave on schedule. Consequences be damned.
It all comes down to us, Nilly. We're the ones who will get it ready.
I know what we can do. But this isn't just any old refit or any old relaunch.
Whoa. Excuse me.
A lot of new faces coming on board. It's gotta be tough coming as a replacement. That's for sure.
Man, we've been through a whole hell of a lot as a crew. They're gonna have to prove themselves before they're really one of us.
Yeah, you're right. Anyone could look serious in a clean uniform. Show me what you can do when everything's falling apart. Hold on. Now there's an old face I didn't expect to see again. Hey, Miranda!
You weren't gonna leave without me, were you?
Miranda, you're here?
We thought you were staying on the Adirondack.
Transfer came in at the last minute, so I figured I'd slum it on this bucket of bolts. Looks like you got her back together pretty nicely. I wasn't sure what to expect.
Wouldn't take long to reverse that transfer and get you right back on the Adirondack.
I didn't know you had that kind of authority.
Oh, Carter's going places. You'd be surprised what he can do.
Still, I am glad to be here. He still owes me a bottle of Saurian brandy. Don't think I forgot.
Oh yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Maybe Carter can rustle up that bottle and we can give you a proper welcome. As soon as we wrap up this quick little spacewalk.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks.
So what's the word? Are you back in the security rotation?
Yep. Still running with the usual suspects.
Whoa!
Good to go. See you on the other side.
Activating magnetic souls.
Okay, so that's the only thing I can push, so let's just do it. Don't want to float all the way off.
That view never gets old.
Let's go.
So I guess we're probably going to periodically switch between the two perspectives on the crew, hence the two pages of crew members that you seem to interact with as either Rydek or Diaz.
Captain Solano should be here momentarily. You'll have to forgive me, I don't know much about Kobleods. But my understanding is you need a steady supply of duridium to keep your cell structure stabilized, or bad things start to happen. And we have plenty of duridium in sickbay, so there's no risk of running out.
Thank you.
Feel free to make yourself at home. And help yourself to whatever you like from the replicator.
Okay, so do we in fact get to help ourselves to replicator? How's the Rectigino around here?
The first mineral Captain Solano ever discovered. Always was the nostalgic type.
Right, he is a science officer kind of captain, so from what we know.
Can't wait to plot a course myself.
Just a sip of something.
Did we get to choose? Rectigino? Yeah, well, of course. Unless we want tea or Grey Hot.
Decisions.
Or just paralysis of choice.
Rectigino.
Dr. Clichet, welcome. This is a recently
sure has a
delisted Star Trek adventure game that was just on the market for a few short years. Made by alumni of Telltale Games. If you're familiar with the style of their whole output back in the mid-2010s.
I can't believe he keeps this around. Don't even know where mine is.
Yeah, more like Cractigino, exactly. Keeps the universe together.
He's still got a thing for trains. The warp engines of their day, apparently.
Every captain's ready room is so informatively personalized.
We'll be out there soon. Going where no one has gone before.
Oh, we get to inspect it again? Did we get different dialogue?
Looking to the stars.
We do.
Keep both eyes open.
Wonder how much unique dialogue we get.
That storm doesn't look good. Hopefully we set sail before it gets worse. I could get used to this view.
Jara
Yeah, I guess we just paged through the dialogue to wait for the captain.
Last time I saw you, it was graduation from the academy. You'd already secured one of the most prestigious assignments possible. And you were burning with enough ambition to fuel 7 trips around the Necrid Expanse.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
Well, I could not be happier to have you on the Resolute. My only regret is that we couldn't provide you with a warmer welcome. The arrival of a first officer to her new ship deserves a bit of fanfare.
You can spare me the pomp and circumstance. There's plenty of work to be done without all that.
You always had a work ethic like nothing I'd ever seen. That's just what this ship needs at the moment. As I'm sure you've heard, we've had a rough go of it these last 6 months. The ship suffered some damage, but not nearly as much as the crew.
I assume you mean the accident.
That's right. The tragic accident, really. We were on the verge of a major scientific breakthrough. A quantum leap forward in warp core technology. 10,000 teradynes per second. The ability to travel at a sustained rate of speed longer and faster than we ever dreamed. What would have been the crowning achievement of my career. Right there. Within our grasp. Until it all went so horribly wrong. We pushed her too hard, and a warp core malfunction overloaded the system, creating a pressure gradient way beyond what the ship could handle. It was heartbreaking. We lost some of our best people. As captain, I have to take full responsibility. It was my decision to make, and I have to live with the consequences.
We all know the risks when we sign up. There are no guarantees. As much as we tell ourselves otherwise.
True. But as captain, my job is to mitigate and manage the risks as much as possible. And that's where I failed. In my defense, I will say, I might have avoided the whole ordeal if my senior staff had been willing to trust me.
Unlike
There
the
was a
previous
lot of
first officer
pushback
who
from
didn't
my
make it.
Former XO. And I think that cost me his confidence. I don't want you to pull any punches. Certainly not on my account. But once we decide on a course of action, I need everyone to fully commit to the mission. Anything short of that just won't work.
He'll make some kind of fishy call that we need
That's
to
when things start to go
object to at
sideways.
some point.
And what happens if they don't?
There's a chain of command for a reason. And we all have our orders.
That's true. Everyone on this ship should know that.
Sometimes the occasional reminder doesn't hurt. Look, I'll be blunt. We can't afford another mistake. Or at least, I can't. I feel like my career is hanging in the balance here. We need a win. Something to restore the crew's confidence.
I understand.
On a more positive note, Starfleet has tasked us with what they're calling a mission of the highest priority. Escorting a senior diplomat to Hotari space. 2 previously peaceful and otherwise non-aggressive civilizations now find themselves on the brink of all-out war.
So it's a peacekeeping mission.
I see it as a golden opportunity to not only prove what the Resolute and her crew are truly capable of, but also a mission for which we're uniquely qualified. This ionic storm. Our long-range sensors suggest it's several orders of magnitude stronger than anything on record. A total anomaly like nothing we've seen before. And you'll never guess where it leads.
And Dr. Tashade has a good question about the protagonist species.
Exactly.
We'll keep an eye out for
Nearly
that.
in the precise location where we're headed. Where I imagine the interference will be exponentially greater.
Who's this diplomat?
Who
Spock.
is
I
the
bet it's
senior
Spock.
diplomat we're escorting?
That I don't know. Starfleet hasn't said. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. I expect we'll have some rough sledding when we arrive, so I need you to
Starfleet's
prepare
only
the
known
crew for the
ambassador.
worst. There's just one more thing I want to clarify up front.
Other than Worf, I guess.
The metric that
For a
for
time.
me will be the ultimate measure of your success.
What is it?
If after serving as my first officer, you don't one day find yourself with a ship of your own, then I will consider it my personal failure. When that might happen is entirely up to you. But it goes without saying, you have my full support.
It's been a dream of mine since before I can remember. So I would be honored to become a captain someday.
As long as you're willing to do the work, you have my promise. I'll do everything in my power to see that it happens.
Thank you.
Come, let me introduce you to the crew. Everyone, if I could have your attention for a moment. I'd like to introduce Commander Jara Rydek, our new first officer. Some quick introductions. This is Lieutenant Handar, our helmsman, one of the best in the business.
One of?
Well, what he lacks in humility, he more than makes up for in ability.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Likewise.
Next, we have Commander Westbrook, our Chief Science Officer. I've come to rely on his expert counsel on a regular basis.
Pleasure.
Commander Rydek, it is such an honor to meet you.
This is our tactical officer, Lieutenant
Actually,
Bedrosian.
Dr. Cliché, you're quite right. That earlier there was a line of dialogue about Coppolat physiology.
I can remember.
I've been following your career for quite some
I
time.
absolutely did not connect the dots.
And I look forward to learning as much as I can from you.
You've heard of me?
Well,
was
I
only
have
third
to admit,
place.
one of the reasons I've followed your
Well,
career is
here we
because
are.
you're part Kobliad, because of what you've overcome. Starfleet stands up for people who can't defend themselves, and you were one of those people once. But since then, you've done so much to protect others who need it. I really admire that. So, you've been something of an inspiration to me. Not that I've done anything close to what you've done.
You really do know a thing or two about me. I'm glad I could inspire you, but it's important to chart your own path.
Thanks. You can count on it.
And then, of course, you've already met Commander Ermont. Please, do everything you can to make Commander Rydek feel at home here. I'll be on the starbase. I have an urgent meeting with the starbase commander to get our authorization to get underway. If they drag their feet any longer, we won't make our rendezvous. The bridge is yours.
All right, what are we going to say to take us out? I guess we'll find out. But not until we've examined all the stations and talked to everybody, so. And taking a look out of the view screen.
Impressive range of view.
Yeah, I couldn't quite remember by name either, the Koblats, but as you're saying, it's in the early episode of Deep Space Nine where the criminal transferred his consciousness to Bashir. Now I remember. I used to know this kind of thing exhaustively, but it's been a while.
Operations. Staffing, supplies. There's a lot to keep track of on a starship. Good thing we have Commander Ermont. The helm. The Resolute is a refitted Centaur class, meaning it's capable of quick maneuvers. Can't wait to see what she can do. Science station. The Resolute is a science vessel, primarily. Might explain Commander Westbrook's attitude. I'll have to speak with him later.
Have to establish chain of command around here.
Tactical station. Hopefully a diplomatic mission won't require we use our weapons much. But if it comes to that, we'll be ready.
Okay, and bridge inward to sit in chair. I assume that's what we're going to do once we've looked at the other boards as well.
Communications. Keeps us in contact internally and with other vessels.
Why not? Let's see the tactical hollow.
Tactical hollow dais. Just like they've got on the Excelsior.
Good old Excelsior still chugging along. This is our usual chair. We'll look at the systems display first.
So many decks. Full of crew that are now my responsibility. The first officer seat. My seat. Right now, though, I need to fill in for Captain Solano.
All right, let's engage already.
Commander, Chief Engineer Chovak needs to lower the structural integrity field. He's sent a crew out to recalibrate the emitters in response to the danger posed by the storm. We just need your go-ahead.
Permission granted.
Lowering structural integrity field, now.
Entering maintenance mode.
And I guess maybe we switch back to the work crew on the exterior pretty soon. And here we
The
are.
storm is getting worse.
Looks like they turned off the SIF.
Great. Let's get to that emitter. Every time we're out here, I half expect to see her in pieces again.
She's still got some scars on her. It adds character.
When I joined Starfleet, all I wanted was a ride out of town. But this isn't exactly how I pictured it.
On the outside of the ship?
No. Sometimes it feels like we're just part of the machinery. Don't you want more than that? I mean, Starfleet is noble and all, but it's still a machine.
What are you complaining about? We got the best seat in the house out here. You wanted to get away. I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere. See new worlds. Look up at a sky no one's ever seen before. Just because I'm cranking a hyperspanner up in a Jeffries tube today doesn't mean that's all I'll ever be. Diaz to Commander Chovak. We are at the SIF emitter.
Acknowledged. You may proceed with the recalibration.
Okay, so what's the recalibration minigame here? It doesn't matter why I push the L stick. I think it says right, so. Throws me off a little bit that the plus in the middle just looks like the D-pad cross. Is this another one where we need to pick the right tool? I think so. No, we only have one choice.
Beginning recalibration.
Okay, this looks like a select a node of line field towards no. Oh, we just tug it over then. Is that not accurate enough? There we go.
Looks good. That wasn't so hard.
Commander Westbrook, right? Chief Science Officer.
You remembered my name and my rank. Impressive.
I think he resents not being promoted to XO, but we'll see.
Yes, I'm the Chief Science Officer, and I have the dubious honor of being the most senior officer on this bridge. I know this ship inside and out. Better than just about anyone.
I'm so glad you said that. Now I know exactly who to turn to when I have questions.
Questions are more Commander Ermott's territory. Captain Solano primarily relies on my knowledge and expertise when he needs answers. I'm curious,
Dr.
though.
Cliché, you suggested I slap him. This isn't Mass Effect, you know.
Half in your case is an odd choice for first officer, given your vulnerable condition and all. But if, as an example, we found ourselves in a hostile situation and you were suddenly incapacitated because you needed an infusion, what would happen then? You'd leave Captain Solano without an XO.
So yeah, it looks like
Granted,
sustaining her
that would be a
copula physiology
worst-case
will be
scenario.
a critical plot point.
But not outside the realm of possibility.
In my entire career, it's never been an issue, or caused the slightest problem. And I don't expect this to be any different.
I was just curious, that's all. Listen, can I be blunt, Commander?
I see no reason to stop now.
Commander Sutherland, your predecessor, was one of the best first officers in all of Starfleet. His record was impeccable and his reputation was without equal. I mean no disrespect, but the shoes you're stepping into are almost impossible to fill. He was loved by the crew. And he was one of my closest friends.
Hey, we just met. You might like me after you get to know me.
They say familiarity breeds contempt, but who knows? Seeing as Captain Solano is on the starbase, let me give you an update on this ion storm we're flying into. It's unusual, unlike anything I've ever seen. At the moment, I can't tell you if the Resolute will shrug it off or if we're putting ourselves at risk. However, if we learn more about its patterns, its nature, we can come up with a scientific countermeasure. Just a moment.
I don't want to talk over the game dialogue too much, but as you were saying, at least her infusion juice isn't delivered through an obtrusive and easily accessible tube protruding from her jugular. Nope, that would be a very clear vulnerability.
Energy wave inbound.
On screen.
I'm keeping up with the chat if I'm just a little late on acknowledging it, is because I
The storm's emissions are fluctuating.
don't want to
coming
talk over
in
the
waves.
cutscenes too much.
And if my projections are right, we're about to get hit by a wideband burst of ionic energy, like a tsunami.
I'm reading power abnormalities all over the ship.
What if we don't say red alert?
2 minutes.
I want to see what happens if I time this out and don't call for a red alert. I just want to see what happens, out of curiosity. Oh, I guess we have to.
Red alert.
Yeah, we have to. It doesn't let me fail it.
Evacuating main gangway.
I don't know if it affects anything that I did try to let it expire, but it doesn't look like it.
Screen. With the structural integrity field shut down, we can't take a direct hit.
Time to impact. 1 minute.
Shield systems are severely impacted. We have limited protection.
I need every available solution. What are our options?
We can weaken the impact of the storm with a deflector pulse.
There's a better way.
I'm sending all auxiliary power to the deflector dish.
Send the aux power to the shields. We can't reactivate the entire shield bubble, but it's a directional threat. So we can orient all we have towards the wave. You have to believe me.
We only get one shot at this. We can't afford to get it wrong.
That's right, which is why
I really
we
wasn't paying
send
attention.
power to our shields.
But it isn't really Star Trek if you're not
Already working
directing
on it.
auxiliary power to the
Autonomy
deflector dish.
displayed. It's going to be tight.
Good. Send the pulse on my command. Now.
Oh, I feel like I was early. I was not paying attention. Did I just fail it completely? Okay, well that's what happens if you just
Commander Westbrook.
hit the button when it
Use the
comes up. But it
deflector
just
dish.
since you
Already
direct the
working on
die.
it.
You don't get to
Displayed.
take a different choice. You still go
It's
with the
going to be
deflector.
tight.
Good. Send the pulse on my command.
Yeah, I see the button prompt and I
Now.
hit. It's funny because we were a little bit late on some of the QTEs earlier from not being sufficiently attentive when they came up.
All hands, brace for impact.
Dr. Cliche, you're saying it's a modern game and you didn't pick the woman. It's funny that you say that because, of course, the thing that Walking Dead Season 1 was kind of famous for was that
We have experienced a surge of radiation.
the most asymmetric choice in the game when it came to the player
This
population was
radiation supercharged the plasma,
everybody siding
forcing
with
it to
the
backflush
hot
through the
reporter with a
system
gun.
and creating a dangerous imbalance.
That could blow out every primary
In the game
system on
script later,
ship.
it just
Tell us what
acknowledging
you
that.
need.
I need you to traverse the hull to the access port to recalibrate the port nacelle plasma regulator.
We've reached the first access point.
Understood. Do you see the override for the level 1 failsafe circuits?
I had to press a button a little longer to pull the door open.
Affirmative.
Engage the override. It should allow us to stop the EPS flow to the warp engine without triggering an automatic core shutdown.
Okay, no choices here. We just have to pull.
Failsafe override engaged.
Are you sure? I am registering some crosstalk in the bypass circuit.
We need to route the signals so they don't interfere with each other.
and just swap them. Simple enough.
Diaz to Resolute. The failsafes are temporarily disabled. Moving on to the EPS regulator.
Heads up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
So we gotta climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but, you know.
We're at the regulator port. Opening the access panel.
I am now halting the EPS flow to the port nacelle. We have little time before it causes an overload in the engine. You must work efficiently.
I mean, we haven't actually had to solve anything. We just followed the prompts.
EPS manifold adjusters reset to neutral.
Okay, now we get to do something. Land of waveforms to the center guide. Alright. So... which color is the center guide? I guess we'll find out. Okay, so you can... oh, okay. We have it peak in the middle. Yep, there we go. If I can just twist it slightly more accurately. There we go. And then rotate until we line up. I don't know how accurate we need to be.
The
Here we
EPS
go.
lines to the port warp engine are back in balance. Almost done. Once I cycle the manifold nozzles, Chovak can... Get down! Diaz to bridge. We just lost the docking clamp. We've got a lot of debris coming down. Hull vibrations, too. We can't finish the EPS regulation in these conditions. Please advise.
We have to release the ship from that other docking clamp or the hull will be ripped apart.
There's a problem. The clamps are supposed to disengage automatically in an emergency, but it's not working.
Not working.
What are our options?
The docking clamps are fitted with exploding bolts for an emergency
Yeah, too bad the
release.
subtitles are kind of slightly behind by line.
Got crew out there. That'd be like setting off a bomb next to them.
Maybe there's another way.
Starbase is hailing us.
Put him through.
Resolute, the remaining mooring
Looks like it's
arm
back
is
in order,
failing.
though.
You need to disengage from the starbase now. The damage to the station will be catastrophic.
All right, Starbase, we're on it.
Acknowledged.
Commander, hear me out.
The crew's not happy with this.
Reverse the polarity of the hull, which theoretically will repel the docking clamps.
And repel the engineering crew right off the hull into the storm.
This is Captain Solano. Put me on screen.
Go ahead. Captain, we have a situation.
Commander, what are you doing? Blow the bolts on the docking clamp.
The captain doesn't know the whole story.
I'm giving you an order. Chara?
Captain, you brought me here because you trusted me. Can you trust me now?
You better be sure you make the right decision.
The captain made himself quite clear.
They're gonna get hammered with debris out there. Reverse the polarity.
There is protocol.
And there are lives.
What is the holdup?
Let's blow the bolts.
We're going to blow the bolts. Starbase, stand
The crew
by.
already dislikes us.
Warn our crew to take cover.
Get it done, Rydek.
Repair crew, this is Acting Captain Jara Rydek. Be advised, you have more micro debris incoming. Find cover.
Cover? Nilly, get under the access panel. It's armored with duranium.
But what about you?
I'm sure the mutual distress will kick in at some point.
Carter, maybe we can both fit behind this.
I did not understand what that prompt was, to be honest. There was a prompt that was very briefly on screen. I didn't actually parse what it was.
The plasma imbalance is reaching critical condition. We are moments from primary system failure.
I got it.
And we keep pushing. Oh, there's another alignment minigame. Just need to hold it in place. 2 sticks for 2 characters.
Look out!
Oh, wrong way on the L stick.
I got you. Petty Officer Etzelar's hurt and unconscious. I'm gonna have to tow her back to the airlock.
Mr. Diaz, the situation has changed. You are at risk of triggering a substantial electromagnetic arc if you approach the main hull the way you came.
But Commander, the way we came is the nearest airlock.
There is an auxiliary hatch near you on the far end of the pylon. You must bring Miss Etzelar there to access the interior.
Roger that. Going there now. I'm at the auxiliary hatch.
You go first.
What?
Let me save your neck this time. No time to fight me on this. Get in there.
Not on your life.
Let's not let it come down to that.
I'm sure he still gets to make it out. If not in the best shape.
We made it.
They're safe, bringing the SIF fully online.
Do it.
See, no problem. Excellent executive decision making all around.
Nilly.
I'm good. Help me with him.
Let's get this off. Medical. Got 1 wounded at my location. Carter. You don't look so good. You gotta be more careful. I just got here. I'm not ready to see you two get blown to space dust just yet. Now let's get you down to sickbay.
Great.
Status report.
The repair crew made it inside. EPS flow is back to nominal levels. The SIF is back up.
How does this affect mission readiness, Mr. Ermot?
The Resolute suffered damage from the exploding bolts, but we've successfully moored to the station. The ship is secure. Our systems are coming back online, but we have a fair amount of repairs before we're ready to go.
Put a halt on the roll-off of Starbase engineering staff. We have a schedule to keep. Send updates to my ready room. Commander Rydek, with me. What a debacle. I was caught with my pants down. Not even on my own ship when the wave hit. I had to go running out of the Starbase commander's office just to... But you followed my order. I appreciate that. Hell, I'm relieved.
Will flatter his decision-making as well.
I did it because it was the right thing to do at the time. It's protocol for a reason.
That doesn't make this better, Jara. But you see my problem, don't you? They
Blue
were
outline is
all
a neutral
against
response,
me on that
perhaps.
bridge. And they were ready to go against my orders. I'm not blind to it.
If there are any problems, I'll keep them in line.
At least I can count on you. Oh. Drink?
Sure. Thank you.
Your predecessor, Commander Sutherland, is missed. But for all the adoration of the crew, including the senior staff,
He didn't follow orders, did he?
I just couldn't rely on him. He would question, undermine me in front of the crew. I sometimes think they still hear his voice. That sort of thing as a way of lingering. And you can't argue with a ghost.
I'm not Commander Sutherland. I'm not saying we won't have our disagreements. In fact, I'm sure we will. But I'm also sure they will be different disagreements than you had in the past.
And perhaps that change will be enough. Now, this won't be easy. But I'm glad to have you here with me.
Glad to be here, Captain.
And despite it all, we got our final Starfleet clearance to depart. So if you'll fetch Mr. Ermot, we'll knock out the final details of any outstanding repairs, and then we'll set out for Hotari.
Yes, sir.
Of course we're drinking. Finish it. We can affect our judgment later.
Ready or not, here we go.
All departments reporting full mission readiness. We've got our full complement on board.
This is my favorite moment, right now.
The start of a new mission is always full of possibility.
The Orion Syndicate could sell it as a drug.
Don't let the Admiralty hear you say that.
Captain on the bridge.
Sit. Sit, everyone. You all know, I'm not big on speeches. We're embarking on the first mission since our refit. Let's make it a good one. Disengage docking clamps.
Docking clamps released.
Thrusters ahead, Mr. Handar.
I'm trying to place because it does appear more than once in the course of Star Trek. Of course, the poem where you get the line, "All I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by." That is Sea Fever by John Masefield, I think. I believe it makes multiple appearances in the series. I just cannot place it right now off the top of my head. We can look it up later.
That should do it. Set a course for the Hotari system. Prepare to go to Warp 8.
Aye, Captain.
You know what? You take this one.
Me?
Engage.
Engage.
I have to keep it classic. And appropriately Picardian.
Simple, but effective.
Whoa. Careful.
Thank you. I'm fine. Really,
You don't look fine.
I have to get to sickbay.
Go.
Commander, help me get her inside.
Please state the nature of the medical emergency.
Well, that was quite a scare. A few minutes more and it would have been one of the shortest tenures on record for a first officer.
is that the engineer that was out on the hull?
That storm did a real number on him, but he'll live. Just needs rest. You should worry about yourself. Your deridium levels got dangerously low and destabilized your cell structure.
This is definitely one of the more memorable first days I can think of.
My name is Dr. Aram Duval, Chief Medical Officer. To be honest, I've never met a Kobliad before. You're
rare. I know.
I was going to say special. Your people's numbers have dwindled, despite the Federation's efforts to find a more readily available alternative to the deridium you need to survive. Yet you joined Starfleet, and managed to thrive. I imagine the responsibility must be overwhelming. Maybe even a burden at times.
I know what it means. And I know the responsibility that comes with it. But I can't be anything more than who I am. And if someone has a problem with that, or expects something else, then that's their problem, not mine.
That's exactly right. And don't worry, I won't treat you like a science experiment. I just do the science and leave the experiments to Solano.
You don't agree with his methods?
I don't agree with his definition of acceptable risks. Not when the lives of your crew are at stake. My professional opinion is that the accident took a toll. More than he's willing to admit. He's overstressed, operating in the pressure cooker of his own mind. Which is never a good headspace when the lives of your crew are at stake. What concerns me is that now he's even further away from the thing he's been chasing his entire career. Breakthrough discovery. The major innovation. Something he can put his name on. But the more the time passes and the further out of reach it gets, the more risk he'll be willing to take.
Let's side with the
We all have to chase our
captain.
dreams, don't we? We need to take some risks. Isn't that why we joined Starfleet?
But not at the expense of other people's lives. It's too high a price to pay. I have to admit, I was concerned when I heard what happened on the bridge. You just followed Solano's orders despite having better options in front of you.
Huh. I guess word travels fast around here.
It's a small ship, and everyone's curious about the new XO. Fortunately, your cell structure's almost completely stabilized. And I'll spare us both the lecture, but I do feel it's my responsibility to remind you, without regular infusions of Duridium, you will not live. It's as simple as that.
Understood.
Then, my work here is done.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be lurking outside of sickbay. I didn't want to intrude, so it felt more appropriate to wait out here. We were all worried about you. Or I should say I was. I wasn't sure what was happening at first. But then I realized it was your condition.
I'm feeling much better. Thank you. It's just part of who I am.
Well, being a jerk sometimes is part of who I am. So, I'm sorry for that. You trusted my intuition earlier, with the deflector pulse. I felt I should thank you for that.
Well, thank you for coming. Even though you didn't have to.
I wanted to.
Now, Carter. That's a combination of hyronolin and lectrazine to counter the radiation effects. That should help speed your healing. She's come by a couple of times to see you already. Be brief.
Architecturally, you can see the resemblance that Voyager said,
It's good to
actually.
see you
Clearly
awake
informing
again.
the sickbay here.
I was starting to get worried. Not that you aren't in good hands with Dr. Duvall. You did take one hell of a shot, though. Millie was looking in on you too, by the way. But since it's just us right now, I had a chance to think about this while I was away. And I thought it was important that I just come out and tell you. Instead of tiptoeing around it.
Let's flatter ourselves.
Or worse.
Now, this is just a guess, but you like me. Is that what this is?
How'd you know? Must have been pretty obvious.
That was too accurate.
Funny because
Not funny enough.
Kinda came out of nowhere for me at first.
Well, I'm just a really good guesser. Any of my teachers growing up would have told you that.
So, you figured it out. Then I'll just cut to the chase. We've been really good friends for a long time. I want to see if there's more between us than just being friends.
Sure, why not?
You don't have to explain it. I feel the same way.
The ship needs a
There
ship.
is something between us.
So, do you want to find out what that something is? If it's there for you, and it's there for me.
Are you kidding me? I just said yes.
I wanted to be sure I heard that right.
It'll be all the more tragic when they're ripped
Sorry
apart.
to
So
interrupt, but the patient needs
let's
to
see where it
rest
goes.
if he wants to get back to his old self.
Of course. I'll see you again soon.
I guess if he's the one who goes in a hatch first, you probably don't get this branch at all, potentially. If Diaz isn't the officer who is incapacitated, then maybe you get an analog of this scene somewhere else. I don't know. We'll find out eventually.
Approaching the rendezvous point outside Atari space.
Helm, bring us out of warp.
Dropping to impulse.
Ionic interference surging, Captain.
These games, you actually do sometimes want it to be a little fuzzy as to
Shield integrity holding.
what is a direct consequence of
We are at the correct
the dialogue
coordinates to meet the
choices.
shuttle.
Commander Rydek, find us our diplomat, if you will.
Aye, Captain.
Okay, and we just need to spin until we log on.
I've located the shuttle.
Opening comms.
On screen.
It's Spock. Just watch.
Shuttle to Resolute. Shuttle to
Okay, I guess-
Resolute. Debris field. Lost maneuvering.
USS Excelsior.
I can't get it any clearer.
It won't get a transporter lock. It's just not happening.
Power up the tractor beam. We'll pull them directly into the docking bay.
Diaz, you good to run the tractor emitter?
Yes, sir.
Come on, Diaz. First thing, lock onto the shuttle and stabilize the rotation.
Okay, I guess we have to do this right. So we lock on and then... okay, rotate the stick to just slow it down a little bit and hold it still perhaps. Does that count as stabilizing rotation, or do I need to do it a bit further? A little bit further. And then we
We're pulling in debris.
I'm on it.
tractor it in a little more carefully. I guess we just zap this stuff, or what happens? Our stick. I actually don't know what I'm doing here with our stick. Oh, no, we need to put it in the circle. Yeah, okay. Need to read the prompt a little more accurately. Okay, now let's do the other ones. Before we whack the ship. He's not having the best day.
That's gonna take out the shuttle. Diaz, the bridge. There's a large piece of debris headed for the shuttle. The tractor beam can't handle it.
Can our shields take it?
I believe so.
Commander Rydek, plot an intercept course.
On it.
Wait. Oh, I just hold right. Okay. Let me bend it over.
Here we go. Maneuvering thrusters bearing 53 Mark 17. 200 meters on an intercept course.
Maneuvering.
Got it.
Whoa. Someone's working hard on the bridge.
I rather like how it's structured around this upstairs, downstairs view of the action from the perspectives of command and the lower level crew. Something that in the various television series you never really quite see bifurcated so cleanly.
We've got the shuttlecraft on board.
Good job. We're on our way down to meet them.
What did I say?
Terra firma, so to speak.
Ambassador Spock.
He hasn't been ejected into the Kelvin universe yet.
The captain will be right down to meet you, sir.
In that case, I will wait for him here.
Apologies for the landing, Ambassador. I was operating the tractor beam, sir. I take responsibility.
Our arrival was the smoothest part of our journey. Your artistry with a tractor beam is commendable. We thought we were prepared for our arrival in Hotari space, but it is evident my craft was not sufficiently robust for such intense ionic activity.
The storm has been pretty intense.
There was an element that was most unusual. Before you came to our aid, our maneuvering thrusters and impulse engines were rendered inoperable. So we attempted a short traversal at warp speed, only to find that we could not achieve warp at all, even though our diagnostics computer showed no faults or anomalies. What do you make of that? When all indications say that warp speed is possible, but in practice, we find it is not.
Well, this storm is one of the strangest phenomena we've ever encountered. It's disrupted other systems. Who knows what it might do to a warp drive?
Yes, it would seem further investigation is called for.
We'll take readings, run some additional diagnostic checks, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Quite logical. Petty Officer...
Carter Diaz. Sir.
Thank you.
Ambassador Spock,
Excuse me.
I'm honored to have you aboard. I'd like to get right to it. We're already behind.
Yeah, Dr. Cliché, I don't know who is the voice that was cast for Spock in this case, but not a sufficient resemblance to the narrator of Civilization 4, perhaps.
Ambassador Spock, my senior staff. It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense.
Actually, it's not too far
whereas
from
I
how
am
Nimoy
very
sounds
much
in the
focused on our present circumstances.
last appearances in the
I didn't mean to suggest you were
Kelvin
stuck in
verse
the
films.
past. You're right, Ambassador. Not the most diplomatic choice of words.
Your experience comes from the past. But our present situation calls for it.
True enough.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. Two formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
You say it sounds more like Deckard Cain than Leonard
Tension
Nimoy? I guess
between
we'll
them
have to
grows
stay a while
fiercer
and
by the
listen.
hour. Lydia and Hotari. The Lydians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Illidians have shared a mining operation there. The Illidians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently. The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Illidians from their system. That is the official story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
Have the Illidians retaliated against the Hotari? Or taken any action against them?
Surprisingly, they have not yet responded in kind. And they were open to a Federation presence. But it is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would stand a chance against the Illidian fleet in open war. Left unchecked, this conflict will result in more bloodshed, which is what we are here to prevent.
And the dilithium trade hangs in the balance.
Clearly, the Hotari have been exploited in this relationship.
Maybe we can persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing. Peace is our objective, after all.
I think we're probably spoiling for a
The Hotari
fight.
just won their independence. It's hard to believe they would give that up just for profit.
I agree. It would be exceedingly difficult to bring the Hotari to that position.
Neither the Illidians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Illidians as a source of dilithium.
That certainly changes things.
Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
We could use that as leverage with the Illidians. They'll want the Federation to continue buying from them.
There might be something to that, Commander.
Putting that on the table could make the Hotari more hostile.
Given the Federation's involvement in the Illidium dilithium trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels, and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the Ion Storm has done to our ship, and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Illidian fleet has had problems with it as well. This recent surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent
I don't really know the implication of saying it's perfect
That
storm.
may answer why the Hotari were able to strike back after so long. They finally had an opportunity, and they took it.
That would also explain the Elydians' restraint.
and reason to learn as much about the energy anomaly as we can while we are here. We do not want to be caught at a disadvantage of our own. So I trust we understand our circumstances.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
I already find it encouraging how... Well, let's listen first. I already find it encouraging how it's going to intertwine the science problem with a diplomatic
Ambassador
problem.
Spock, I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander.
Something that a lot of recent Trek
As
has
you
really
are
not managed to
aware,
grasp.
There are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity as representatives of the Federation. But someone in an unofficial capacity, your first officer, for example, would not be bound by those restrictions. Commander Rydek could ingratiate herself to certain parties behind the scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
She certainly goes her own way. Maybe that helps in this case.
I'm perfectly happy to work outside the lines.
And by extension, you will be doing your duty, Commander.
Just not too far outside the lines. Well, I hope Commander Rydek will have more luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic...
I think Spock admires our pragmatism.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace may very well depend on it.
Mr. Diaz, I understand you have already discussed the warp drive failure with Ambassador Spock?
I have.
It is imperative that the Ambassador's shuttle be flight ready. I need you both to ascertain the root cause of the system failures he encountered.
I'm surprised, Commander. I thought you would have wanted to work on Ambassador Spock's shuttle yourself.
I respect the Ambassador and his many accomplishments, but I do not derive any satisfaction from interacting with his shuttle as if it were somehow transubstantiated through its association with him. Especially when I have the entirety of this starship to concern myself with.
I think he'll approve of us saying that as a normal shuttle.
I am not the chief engineer of this shuttlecraft.
When you look at it logically, yes, it is just a shuttle. No different than any of the others.
There is plenty that is different about it, and that is what you are to investigate. But please limit your findings to observable scientific phenomena.
We'll try to restrain ourselves.
Then I will leave you to it. Make note of any abnormalities in your report. Carry on.
Ready to go?
All set. Let's run the diagnostic. So, I know about your talk with Miranda.
You do?
She sent me a Priority 1 dispatch right after your conversation. I'm happy for you. Both of you.
Thanks.
But I'm only going to tell you this once. Don't screw this up. Because I would be very unhappy if you tried this out and then, I don't know, 6 weeks or 6 days later, I have to start splitting holidays between the two of you. All because things went south and you're not on speaking terms.
Have some faith.
You really don't believe in me, huh?
It's not you. Or her. Just running the numbers, and things don't work out more often than they do. I like my friends and I like our group. I don't want to lose that. Is that thing done yet?
Yeah, it's wrapping up. Let's see. The relays along the primary EPS are blown, but the backup relays are all intact.
An EPS overload from the warp drive could cause that. But how did the shuttle end up dead in the water?
Huh. Well, maybe the ship's data recorder can tell us something.
Oh, do we actually scroll through it manually? Yes, we do.
Here.
They were only about 8 minutes from their plotted warp point. No faults, just those warnings. What are they?
You're asking, is there no vocal fry option in the audio settings? Appears not.
The warp field became inverted suddenly.
I've seen this happen when the center warp coil cracks.
A cracked warp coil throws a fault code.
Still, we should take a look.
There was a complete warp cascade failure.
Wow. They're lucky the shuttle didn't turn inside out.
Makes me think the computer panicked on the warp field equation. Subspace variance out of tolerance. What does that mean?
It means the main navigation array lost sight of space somehow.
Will the array going offline cause that?
Yes, but it should have also thrown a fault code. Any one of these failures should have thrown a fault.
If it was caused by a system failure.
None of this caused the relays to blow. Roll forward to when that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, full-blown kernel panic for all we know. Do I get to press any further? Oh. Okay, here we are.
So here, they take a moment to get their bearings and they attempt to re-engage the warp drive.
There. That's the relays blowing.
And look, there's another warp system alert.
Okay, let's inspect.
They're all the same. Subspace variance out of tolerance, or warp inversions. Finally, there's a complete warp cascade failure.
Then it's one of two things. Either a warp coil is cracked, or the navigation array is offline.
That makes sense.
Divide and conquer. You want to check the warp coils or the navigation array? I'll check the other. Let's not overcomplicate this. One of these systems is likely broken.
Let's check the warp coils.
I'll check the nacelles for a cracked coil.
Okay, so now we get to use a tricorder. Scannable objects may be out of view. Oh, I see, because then you just pan the camera. Okay, let's scan everything then. So, the misspelling of anomalies is totally throwing me off here. But let's see. Wait, and then what do? Okay, we just click. Okay. Nothing to matter over here. Let's scroll then. But then what else can I do? Or do we just... Okay, radiation scan mode. Then, wait, how do we... Ah, okay, yeah, there we go. It told me this earlier. We change between modes. What about this? No fractures detected, and... I mean, it says 0 anomalies left, but... Yeah, so basically you can select the filter that you want. Chemical, radiation, and bio, and when everything is done, you complete.
I checked every coil on the port nacelle for imbalances. If any coil in either engine were cracked, I would have detected it. So, it must be the navigation array.
Except it's not. Checked and double-checked.
Well, the readings don't lie.
Here comes the security detail for the way team.
Hey.
I'm not here.
We'll just have to
We're
split our
escorting the
vacations
negotiating
then.
team to the surface as soon as they come down from the bridge. I don't want to interrupt some important work. I was just hoping to see you before I go. The captain and the others will be here any minute now. Should be an interesting ride down to the surface.
Well, we can't let the brass catch us slacking on the job. Just play along. This is a Mark IV outboard diagnostic panel used for troubleshooting shuttles and other medium-sized transport vehicles. Some people prefer the Mark V because it's one better, but the Mark IV is still one better than the Mark III.
He's been practicing.
That all sounds very technical.
Hey, Maris. Aren't these those button pushers you're always hanging out with?
And you're the phaser jockeys we always beat in Parisi squares, right?
All aboard for Hotari.
That another one of the captain's railroad things?
Gotta be. I just usually zone out by the time he gets to the whole, steam engines were the warp drives of their day part. Catch y'all later.
You don't want to miss your train.
I do have to go. Not gonna lie, I'd rather not leave right now.
Oh, let's just go
More
for it.
important thing.
We even get to interrupt the dialogue for that.
That was nice.
Yeah,
It's gonna end tragically. We'll make it happen.
Save some of that for when I get back.
You've got a deal.
Be seeing you.
It's Larda Diaz. If you could float back down to reality, we still have a ways to go. All right, where were we?
Dr. Clichet is saying the hair physics is taking you right at the moment. Yeah, it's not like this is Pragmata or something.
I'm out of ideas short of field stripping the shuttle from bow to stern.
You want to take this out of the shuttle and throw it on the bench?
Oh, real hands-on maintenance. I like it. Okay, the nav computer is patched into the ship.
The ship's computer can double-check our work. If the shuttle's nav computer is putting out false data, we'll know it.
Let's run through the shuttle's logs again.
Graphically, I don't know how it compares to top-of-the-line settings on PC. This is the Switch version, and a lot of it is actually pre-rendered video that's taken from the original working engine.
Cascade failure. However, the Resolute computer doesn't show the same subspace.
But this was always a bit of a
We're in the
low-budget
same
operation, so far as I
conditions that
know.
the shuttle was in when it failed. Why wouldn't the ship's computer get a matching result?
What if the subspace variance was a momentary occurrence?
That's a possibility, and it would explain why the simulation under our current sensor readings failed to reproduce the issue.
But a subspace anomaly strong enough to cause a warp field collapse would leave graviton ripples for days.
Let's run with the momentary subspace variance theory for now. Roll forward to the shuttle's attempt to re-engage the warp drive. We need the conditions of space around the shuttle at the moment of warp failure.
Resuming simulation.
Error in warp field calculation. Cochrane formula variables are out of range.
That right there. Take the shuttle sensor data from that moment.
Computer, why did the warp field calculation fail?
Warp field pressure returned non-orthogonal. Results are undefined.
That doesn't help.
Wait, what if we use a different ship?
Put the Resolute into the simulation instead of the shuttle.
Yeah, it should warp just fine. Unless... Computer, run the simulation with the Resolute.
Resolute simulated.
Computer, Give me manual control on the warp power.
Static field intensity, warp 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Warp pressure is destabilizing. Error in
Yeah,
warp
Dr.
field
Cliche, it's kind of funny
calculation.
that
The warp
in the script it
drive
said
has experienced a
orthogonal and actually
system-wide
the voice
cascade
acting
failure.
matched it.
Warp field collapsed.
I did
Subspace
pick up on
variance
that.
is out of tolerance. Cochrane formula results are undefined.
Bingo.
What-o?
The same moment when the shuttle failed to warp, so did the ship. Whatever happened to the shuttle just happened to us. The Resolute will not sustain warp.
We can't leave Hotari space.
Well, plenty of time to stay here and negotiate then.
Ambassador Spock, Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari. We are honored you've come. My name is Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours, and this is Commander Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind, and unique insight into the dynamics between the Hotari and the Lydians.
We've traveled a very long way to get here.
I know. We cannot express how much it means to
I
the
have to lay down the law nice and
These
quickly.
must be the representatives of the mighty Federation. The reigning authority in the galaxy. Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But, either way...
And yeah, let us negotiate with some
orc.
orc.
The time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
If you'll excuse me.
My instinct, of course, is to side with the colonial overlords, but we'll investigate properly and make a decision based on the facts.
Did you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
That may be true. But let's keep an open mind going into the negotiations. Hopefully he's just one voice amongst many.
Then let's hope he's the outlier.
The Hotari have invited us as their guests, so we must show them the proper respect.
Cliche, you're saying you would have sided with the colonial overlords if that dude wasn't clearly an American horribly doing a British accent. Yeah. You take what you can get. That's something that grates on me about a lot of American VA casting as well, actually. You can really tell quite often when it's off. We're showing strength. But I think I've steadily set my expectations low when it comes to that.
Hotari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Hotari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to
I
their
played
rules.
enough Blizzard games in my day to be accustomed
We
to it.
demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Lydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war.
And if you cannot remain silent, You will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the
We want to buy
Federation's interest
dilithium.
in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict. We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
For now.
I'm trying to keep an open mind here, but it's not easy. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no.
We didn't actually get to say it,
My
then, I
apologies.
guess.
And what about the
But we were thinking it.
Kobliad?
She's not
She
part
can
of...
speak for herself, can't she? Then let her.
Now, does this respond to the earlier dialogue choice that we understand we're not well liked, or is this something else? Let's see.
Now then, one should know their place. What you might be somewhere else is not what you are here. Which is standing before a queen. And a queen deserves respect. A bow is not too much to ask.
We're not bowing.
Is Hotari Prime, heart of the Hotari system.
My name is Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty. I prefer to be called by my name, not my species.
Then I suppose that makes us even. Commander Rydek. You are Kobliad. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians. Their injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable. Not unlike how we have been treated by the Alidians.
As much as they'd have you believe they are the victims here, remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Alidians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours.
Quiet! If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their control, would you take it? Or would you negotiate a peace?
I can't
We're gonna keep our
speculate on
cards
something
close.
that never happened, Your Majesty. Sadly, that opportunity never came for the Kobliad.
No, it did not. But we'd be wise to learn from their example, before we too find ourselves facing extinction. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy. It's widely known we have an abundance of dilithium in our mines. And it's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I
mean, they invited us.
Not your Federation rhetoric.
It's possible the Federation has an interest in both peace and securing a steady source of dilithium. One does not preclude or prevent the other. But that's just my personal opinion.
Given the Federation has done business with the Alidians for decades, I would agree. It's entirely possible, if not highly likely.
What they haven't said, but cannot deny, is a simple truth. The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without Alidian involvement. We created it for the benefit of everyone, especially the Hotari.
You're asking since when is the Federation the strongest force in the galaxy? Yeah, so
We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered.
they do state it started at the beginning of this. I believe it's placed
If the Federation turns a blind
right
eye
after
to
Nemesis,
their treachery.
That is enough!
within a
of
year
your
of it or something.
lies. The Hotari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. So tell me, Who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize?
Did we get to say in dialogue?
Tari or the Alidian?
Or is this a rhetorical question?
Only be one or the other.
If there can only be one, then it would be in the best interest of all involved if the Alidians resumed operation of the mines.
We're not given very much time to think about this. Luckily,
She's
I already made a decision.
You do well to listen to her. And you do well to hold your tongue.
We will take back our minds by any means necessary.
Then you will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty. Yours as well, Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
I would agree, Ambassador Spa.
I'm sure there will be a little bit of a follow-up conversation with the captain. And with
I
Spock.
think this is best left to those of us with more experience
About being so rash
in
about this.
diplomatic matters.
Out of necessity. I guess you could have allowed that choice to time out if you really wanted, maybe. Yeah, the Hatari really haven't made a case for themselves here, apart from just being brash and rude, you know.
Spock and I will cover
Who
everything.
made
on
you
the
queen
diplomatic
yesterday?
front. You make nice with the locals and see if you can get some answers.
I think making nice with
We need to
locals
find
is
out
fast.
why the Hotari are so willing to risk war. What happened in those mines?
Okay, so let's see. We'll talk to everybody.
Commander, after hearing so much about the Federation's sense of fairness and justice, I was surprised that you sided with the Alidians. In all honesty, I expected more, especially from someone like you.
We'll pretend to be neutral
To be clear, I'm not on either side of this conflict.
and objective.
Our only interest is peace.
On the Alidians' terms, apparently.
I assume you were there the day the mines were seized from the Alidians.
Not seized, reclaimed, and restored to their rightful owners. Yes, I was there. We had to be decisive, before the Alidians could even realize their worst nightmare was upon them.
I'm curious why the Alidians haven't fought back. They have the ability to retake the mines anytime they want.
Ability is one thing, courage is another. The Alidians know any hostile action on their part will not end well. They respect one thing above all else, and that is force. The greater the force, the more certain the outcome. Any talk of making peace is just that, and worth little without the strength to secure it. Which makes me wonder about your ship, the Resolute. Undoubtedly the Federation's finest warship.
He hasn't seen very many Federation
Ready
ships.
to contend with anything the Alidians might have in store. Or is that not true?
We're going to let him believe that.
I wouldn't say state-of-the-art, but the Resolute is plenty capable and can hold its own against just about anything.
Let's hope so. Because at the moment, it's the only thing preventing them from wiping us off the map.
Sidron.
A pleasure meeting you, Commander. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Okay, who's next? Let's appreciate the water.
Soothing.
Like that one fellow on Miiverse. Nice water.
The captain and ambassador have it handled. I've got my own mission.
Okay, where shall we go first? Well, we'll do it in order. Let's look at both and Make sure we've taken a look at everything.
That must be Tau. The place it all started. Such rough terrain. No wonder the Hotari are so tough.
Commander Rydek, I have to admit, I was surprised when you said the Illidians should control the dilithium trade. I was under the assumption the Federation was neutral. But maybe I was wrong.
I can assure you, we aren't on anyone's side. We are, and will remain, completely neutral. You have my word.
I hope that's true. For all of our sakes. I saw you speaking with Sidron, our national hero. I'm curious, what did he say?
He seems to be of the opinion that negotiating for peace is a waste of time.
Because force is the only blunt instrument he understands. He's a miner, not a diplomat. For the first time in our history, the Hotari have the upper hand. We see ourselves as strong instead of downtrodden. New voices have risen up. Old voices shouted down. Galvin and Sidron have become national heroes. Now, they have the Queen's ear. Better or worse, depending on your perspective.
I assume they've taken your place.
I was one of the Queen's most trusted advisors. And I hope to prove myself worthy of being so again. Which is why you're here. My fear has been that the Illidians will launch an attack and crush us. You've seen their starship, no doubt.
Hence the invitation to the Federation, I guess.
They could have retaken the mines whenever they wanted to. But it never happened. And as strange as this may sound, I'd almost say they're afraid. I just don't know what they're afraid of. It's still the same bluster and bravado you would expect from them.
Do you think it has something to do with the ion storm? Right now, it's stronger than ever, isn't it?
It's entirely possible. I'm not a scientist, but I do know the storm has knocked out all kinds of systems. So maybe the Illidians weren't willing to risk their ships, given all the interference. Since the day of the revolt, Galvin has seized control of the mines and restricted all access. No one's allowed without his personal authorization. And they've taken over a section of the palace with just as much secrecy and security. I'm told it could be something they brought back from the mines. I've made inquiries, but everyone pretends it doesn't exist. I strongly suspect they're hiding something.
What do you think it is?
I've heard rumors it's some sort of ancient artifact, but I haven't seen it myself.
How can we know?
I'd better see what's happening.
Well, they clearly believe they have an ace up their sleeve.
Do you think you can find out what they're hiding? I need to see proof of something before I can make my case to the Federation.
I can try, but even if I found it, I might not know what to make of it.
Take this. You can use it to capture whatever you find, and then send it to me.
After the cliches you were asking if it's a Balrog in mines. It reminds me of something quite specific, actually.
And I look forward to our meeting again.
This social media banner that I associate with a person I know quite closely that has a picture of Patrick Stewart. And it says, "Use the Force, Harry," and attributes it to Gandalf. Anything else to interact with here? No. Let's go to the far hall. And inspect the decor.
They seem proud of their culture. Pride can lead to rash action. An Illidian warship, the Zeldi. They must want the Hotari to know they can use it at any time. But why haven't they?
I have to say, I fully expected you to side with the Hotari, but obviously the Federation wants a steady supply of dilithium, something only we can offer. Without Lydian involvement, there is no dilithium trade. Left to the Hotari, it would be nothing short of a disaster.
Restoring the status quo and returning the mines to Lydian control offers a stability that can be mutually beneficial.
Well said. In that case, everyone wins, and there's no need for bloodshed. Major Salit Arminta, Special Attaché, Lydian Armed Forces. Pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Now, is he going to disclose why they aren't attacking?
I have my issues with the Hotari, but I have to give them some credit. They know how to seize an opportunity. Inciting an uprising the same day as a massive once-in-a-lifetime ion storm.
Our assumption was that this storm was just an anomaly.
Yes, a very convenient anomaly. At least that was what we were told. Of course, I wasn't there. But who am I to say otherwise?
You sound skeptical.
Well, the official story is that it was the storm that enabled the revolt. How else do a bunch of unarmed, unorganized miners seize control of an entire moon, much less thousands of mines? But I've talked to people who were there. They tell a different story. They say they're lucky to have escaped with their lives, that it was more than just the storm, that somehow the miners were able to harness the energy from the storm. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But that's what they said.
You just answered your own question. How do a group of miners do something that in theory can't be done? That's how. Harnessing the storm.
But even if it's true, how does that even happen?
You tell me.
If you'll excuse me, Commander Rydek.
Okay, so that's it over here. I don't know if there's anything else to inspect before we proceed. Yeah, we talked to everybody, so I guess at this point we will report on having admired the water. Oops.
Well, that was a disaster.
What happened?
The Hotari refused to concede anything, so the Elydians stormed out.
The Hotari did not invite us here as peacekeepers.
They're seeking recognition.
I hope your efforts were more fruitful than ours.
Trying to rely or realign themselves as the Federation's official dilithium supplier.
Gravitational harmonics failing to resolve. Warp bubble stability degrading.
Anyway, back
Increase
to the
output
enlisted
to
staff.
maximum.
So, yeah, we're trapped here and we can't get out, but what happens if we increase the warp output? Let's find out.
Increasing warp output to maximum.
It's happening again.
It is evident that presently the Resolute cannot achieve warp propulsion.
Since our diagnostics rule out any problems with our warp systems or anything about the ship, the problem appears to be the fabric of space itself.
Space itself? You're saying something about this region of space prevents warp travel?
See, this is what happens when everybody forgets about
or can't sustain
the Warp 5 restriction
However
that
improbable,
lasted
that
one
appears to be
episode
the
in
case.
Season 7 of
We
Next
need to know
Generation.
more.
Otherwise, it'll be an extended stay in the Hotari.
Was it Season 7 or was it earlier? I don't know,
The
but
storm didn't stop us from leaving space dock and traveling here. But could it still be causing
The
this
one
interference with warp travel?
ecological
Must
constraint in
follow sound
subspace that
investigatory principles. Do not let
was
an
too
assumed
inconvenient for
conclusion
everybody to
drive your
follow.
analysis.
Sometimes we need a little inspired thinking, Mr. Chovak. Captain Solano is on his way back from the negotiations, and I want to have some answers for him when he gets here.
Indeed. Given the facts at hand, we may be able to deploy subspace probes around the ship to construct a clearer picture of the phenomenon.
Around the ship. I'll prep a shuttle.
I'm setting up a waypoint at a distance roughly corresponding to the edge of our warp field. When we get there, I'll deploy the first probe.
Commander Westbrook, the Resolute systems are calibrated to receive the probe's readings. We are standing by to reproduce the warp field collapse after the first probe is deployed.
Thank you, Mr. Chovak. We'll be in position shortly.
And, Mr. Diaz, do take care in piloting the shuttlecraft. Now is not the time to indulge in the human penchant for joyriding.
Chovak probably isn't such a fun guy to work for, huh? I'm not just saying that because he's Vulcan, either. I think even most Vulcans would tell you Chovak's got a particularly rigid coil spanner up as you know what.
His ears.
I just don't take it personally. At least I try not to.
That's a very mature answer. Shows a positive attitude on your part. Remind me of it when I start complaining to you about the ship's new first officer. This is far enough.
Dr. Glashade, you were saying it's nice of the TNG writers to decide to screw over DS9 Voyager and all future shows of that episode. Yeah, whatever. Voyager's found a solution to that, which was take it to Warp 10 and turn them all into salamanders.
Westbrook here. The first probe is deployed.
Understood.
Wonderfully consistent.
We are reading it. We are about to replay the simulation.
Problem?
I just can't get a handle on her. Commander Rydek. On the one hand, she went with my idea to use a deflector pulse against the storm surge. On the other, she wouldn't listen to me when I was trying to get you through the hull walk alive. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the new XO. I'm sure she's a fine officer, even if we don't see eye to eye. But she didn't go through what the rest of us did. You know that. And it's hard to figure out why she'd be the one Solano chose instead of, well, one of us.
Well, Captain Solano likes her, and you trust the captain, right?
I do. Yeah. I'm not sure if the transitive property is really applicable here, Diaz, but I catch your drift.
Test is running. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1.
It is kind of interesting how with the dual protagonist structure you get to see choices in one to have affect the gossip in the other, presumably.
A problem with the fabric of space. We need to get another probe out there. With 2 points of data, the Resolute and the probe, we've managed to get an interference pattern. I'm setting a waypoint to a particularly strong area of interference. We'll deploy the second probe there. Listen, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice I wish someone had given me. Make sure you're never just one thing. And don't get so focused on what's in front of your face that you lose sight of the big picture. Before Rydek showed up, the captain pulled me into his ready room and told me he didn't think I had the people skills to be first officer. What a load of crap.
He's totally a people person.
If he'd said that about Chovak.
Well, if you're asking, I think you're a people person. After all, here we are. Me, an enlisted officer. You, one of the senior staff. Talking like old buddies.
I should send Solano to talk to you.
Bring him on.
I'm sure you can handle him. You've got potential. You're a capable engineer. You're good in the field. Keep up the good work, and who knows? A solid jack of all departments like you could be Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet one day. Hell, Admiral Jellicoe started as a shuttle pilot. And there are places to go in the enlisted ranks, too.
I love it. So put me up for promotion. I'm ready for my next
I feel like a science officer here
well, I think you're going to have to
likes
that to your
Jellicoe's
boss,
command style.
Chovak, first. He's the one who has to put you up for consideration. If I were first officer, it would be different.
Well, what do you think? Is there room for me in the science division?
Unless I can come up with a real good reason.
This isn't enough?
It might be. Here, this is close enough. Stop the engines. Deploying the probe. Westbrook to Commander Chovak. We're ready for another sampling of data.
Very good. Running the simulation again. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1. Mark.
There it is again.
I saw it. It seems to be directional.
Well, what about the scans? Anything?
Here's the readings in relation to our local space. We've got the Resolute, Hotari Prime, and the probes.
All this interference is overloading the sensor buffers. We're gonna have to triangulate the sensors manually.
Okay, let's triangulate. What are we looking for here? Oh, here we are. We just look for locations that we need. You know what? We just get around. We don't even need to press anything. We just
These markers indicate peaks in the gravimetric
move
interference
the marker.
patterns.
Let's see if I can find some more.
Yeah, you just need to move this around and scrape to locate positions on a map.
Hold up. This is coming from the moon.
Something one might remember fondly from Mass Effect 2.
Aimed right at us.
Someone is doing this intentionally. I don't know how they're doing it. This is like nothing I've ever seen.
When someone punches you in the face, you hit back, Commander.
Right. But we need to know where and how to do it. Now, look here. It's current readings of the ion storm.
These concentrations, they line up with the interference pattern. The storm and this beam, they're coming from the same place.
Carter, whatever petty local conflict brought us here, it's just a small part of something much bigger. Presently, we don't have an explanation for how they're doing this. But one thing is clear. This is no fluke.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. I want a full briefing when I'm back on board. Solano out. A targeted weapon that inhibits warp travel. Coming from the moon Tau.
That would explain the difficulties my shuttle encountered. More importantly, the tenor of the Hotari during the negotiations.
And here I thought the Elydians would be the problem. Coming to peace talks in a warship. This wasn't supposed to be so complicated.
For all their posturing, every indication is that the Elydians are afraid of the Hotari. They didn't bring their warship as a threat. They brought it because they're scared.
From everything we witnessed, I would say that is highly likely.
But what are they afraid of?
Tylus, the Hotari representative, said she thought they found something in the mines. Galvin and Sidron brought it back to the palace, but they're keeping it under tight security. She's going to investigate it. I gave her my tricorder. I expect she'll contact us soon.
You found an ally.
Why would Tylus help us? Go behind her people's back? It's a fair question, considering.
Out of all of them, she's the one who seemed to genuinely appreciate that the Federation was involved. She believes in us, and I think we can believe in her.
That may be true.
She's certainly more likely to help than the other Hotari we've met.
That raises another question. Specifically, what do the other Hotari have to gain in bringing us here, only to make this hostile maneuver against us? There must be some motivation.
Unless they changed their minds between when they asked and when we got here.
Given their indifference to the negotiations, and what we now know about this warp-disrupting weapon, it's almost as if they want to start a war. And Sidron was convinced the only thing the Elydians respect is force.
I would say he's right about that. But at least they know when to hold back.
But that does not explain why they would turn their aggressions against us.
I don't think the Elydians know what's really down on that moon either.
Major Arminta said the revolt defied explanation. That the Hotari miners somehow harness the energy of the storm.
Harness the energy of the storm?
Doing that is beyond even our capabilities.
So is a weapon that disrupts warp travel.
There have been civilizations and entities, both past and present, far more technologically advanced than the Federation.
The Elydians and Hotari don't fall into that category.
But that is all the more reason to investigate further.
Commander Rydek, sorry to interrupt. We've received an urgent call from Hotari. The Queen's advisor, Tylus, has asked to speak with you.
Put her through.
Galvin and Citron are still with the Queen. I've enlisted help to gain access to the room they have under guard. I don't have much time.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
It's only for a moment. I so appreciate your help.
I found something. I'm sending you a scan.
Got it.
Probably don't want to let that one time out. Don't wonder what would happen
Tyler,
if we did.
if we needed to gain access to the mines on Tau, is that something you could help us with?
I suppose it wouldn't be easy, but I have to go.
Tylus.
Can we reconnect?
Sorry, Captain. We've lost all contact.
We can only hope she escaped without harm.
It was hard to tell.
Tylus
I'm
wouldn't
sure
have
she'll be
offered to
fine.
help if she didn't know what she was doing.
That's a lot of faith in someone we barely know. Let's see the scan of whatever the hell that was.
Tylus suspects this came from the mines on Tau.
It appears to be of ancient origin, but the markings are unfamiliar.
We can run a full analysis when we get back to the Resolute. But if this came from the mines, then it might be the key to how they got the upper hand against the Illydians.
Then we have to go into the mines.
The Federation would not allow that. We were, after all, sent here to be a neutral party in a peace negotiation. However, we could demonstrate that the Hotari have acted in bad faith, which would enable us to investigate the mines on Tau with full justification. But of course, we would need conclusive proof before taking action. Otherwise, it could put us in a difficult position.
What the Federation doesn't know won't hurt them. If I do it right, nobody will know I was there.
Commander, I'm surprised at you.
We may have a better understanding once we analyze the device. But a mission to the mines, covert or otherwise, is not out of the question. And I will handle the Federation.
Well, good thing we
As
brought
I was
Spock
telling
along
Carter,
for
I
maximal
want all the
political
data I
capital.
can get on this warp problem. And the negotiating team's shuttle has been recording data all the way back from Hotari. Even better than our probes. So pull the sensor and engine ISOs from the Melville when it sets down.
Will do.
I'll join you and Chovak down in engineering to run another analysis after the briefing.
I didn't like this warp problem when we thought it was some astronomical anomaly. And I like it a hell of a lot less now that we know someone is doing it to us. How does it work? What do we even do about it?
What do you say we pull these chips and find out?
Took some damage on the way. That ionic interference scored the hull plating.
She needs to jam that ZR button.
Welds. Let's try pulling together.
All right.
Or the LNR sticks, for that matter.
3,
It'll be one of the 2.
1.
There we go. Oh, both, actually.
It won't budge. Gotta be the storm damage. We need to... Welcome back. Any excitement down on the surface?
Excitement? No. Nothing like that.
Hey, can you hand me the EJ7 interlock? From the toolbox.
I don't know what that is.
Not much use for one on a security detail, huh? Carter?
Yeah, I'll get it.
She's definitely behaving suspiciously. And we know that because she couldn't identify the EJ7 interlock. Not sufficiently impressed.
Okay, I'll apply pressure while you decouple the panel.
Sure, I'll help.
We've got this.
Open up and say ah.
Thanks for the hand. We have to get these isolinear chips down to engineering.
No problem. You really know everything about these ships, don't you? The tools, the systems. Like a
Engineering's
walking
very
Starfleet
cool now.
Technical manual.
I thought security was the detail to be on. Now all of a sudden you're interested in engineering?
Just the engineer.
Come on, start pulling chips.
Oh, is it gonna pull? Oh, right stick. Okay, wrong stick. Right-handed controls to pull his right hand, I guess, until he drops it. Well, that wasn't my fault.
What's this?
Some kind of crystal formation?
Whoa. This substance is a quantized spin crystallization of hydrogen, carbon, and lithium. It's emitting tetrametric pulses at an interval of 3.8422 seconds.
Quantized crystallization isn't natural. I mean, it's only theoretical as a means to engineer matter on a subatomic level. What's it doing in there?
Wait. Regulation 364, subsection 9.
What?
Regulation
Don't touch.
364, subsection 9 orders that in the case of an unknown foreign substance infiltrating a sealed system, it will be placed in secure confinement before further examination. Retrieve a containment module.
Don't you think we're more equipped to deal with whatever this is?
No. Before anything else, this is a security issue. You don't even know what this is.
Which is why we need to study it.
This is absolutely our department.
This is another piece of the puzzle we're trying to put together. We should be investigating it.
And you can. In the containment lab. But protocol is protocol. I can't make an exception just for you.
I'm still going to report these crystals to Commander Westbrook when we send the shuttle data.
And I will inform my superiors. I'm taking this just as seriously as you are. But I overheard talk about the warp disruption on the shuttle. Now these crystals? Maybe this situation is more than we can handle with just a science vessel. We could trigger a distress call, get Starfleet to send more ships. Or I could send a message to my old CO on the Adirondack. Get some combat-tested vessels.
We're at the edge of the quadrant.
That'll totally blow up
Nobody's
the
just gonna
negotiations,
pop
of course.
over like we're in Sector 001.
Wouldn't hurt to try.
You talk like you've never had your backs up against a wall before. This is Starfleet. We solve our own problems.
Okay, stand back. Get this to the containment lab. We'll get it set up for you. I'll let you know when it's safely confined.
Oh, we'll be there.
Last thing you want is to study this down in main engineering and have it explode next to the warp core. Almost forgot.
Can't have that.
For a second, I thought she'd gone cold on you. Like she might have changed her mind.
I wonder how much latitude
And I
the player
guess
has
this
to
whole
just give her the
situation
cold
has
shoulder
her
from the beginning.
Maybe she knows more than us? Or it's because this is all happening so fast?
Yeah. There was something a little off about her.
Like that talk about sending a distress call? That was pretty out there. She was probably just thinking out loud. I'm sure she'll come to her senses. This mission has enough complications stacking up.
Now, we'll get through it. You, me, and Miranda too.
Commander Rydek was able to work behind the scenes during the negotiations and made contact with a representative from the Hotari delegation named Tylus. She mentioned an unusual artifact of unknown origin being held under tight security within the Hotari Palace, which she believes came from the mines on Tau. Now, this artifact might have a connection to the revolt, to the storm, and to the warp disruption we now know has been targeted at the Resolute. Commander Rydek, if you want to take it from here.
Of course. Tylus managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded location within the palace and sent us these scans using my tricorder. It appears to be some sort of control panel, possibly connected to the warp disruption weapon originating on Tau. Of particular interest is this symbol, which we couldn't identify the origin of.
The Federation database has records from a vast number of civilizations. If anyone from Starfleet has come across this before, the system should recognize it.
Cross-referencing with Federation records.
Displaying symbols from Federation database with a 90% probability of match or higher. Select a symbol to further analyze.
Okay, so we just scroll up and down. Yeah. It's not going to be the Klingons, that's for sure. But we'll see if anything actually presents even an approximate match. Is that close enough? No, not even close. Not even close. But that's what happens if you try.
.2% match.
Got it.
So, what are we looking at?
The design and composition indicate this is a glyph associated with the ancient Khan Empire. Their civilization collapsed over 600,000 years ago, but once spanned millions of systems with a population numbering in the trillions.
Fascinating. The Takan were once the most advanced, most powerful civilization
This
in the
is
galaxy.
very early next generation material, if I
Hotari found
recall.
Takan technology?
I wonder if they even know what they have.
Our knowledge of the Takan is limited. I have only encountered passing references to them.
Actually, I've heard of the Takan.
You have?
Quite impressive, Commander.
Computer, summarize the
That's right.
Enterprise D's discovery of a Takan
The last outpost.
On stardate 41386.4, the USS Enterprise D, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, discovered a Takan outpost in the Delphi Ardu system. According to the mission summary, an unbreakable energy-draining field was deployed against the Enterprise and a Ferengi ship.
Actually, the Ferengi
Enterprise
debut,
was only
if I
able
recall.
to escape after negotiating their release with an entity known as Portal 63, Guardian of the Takan Empire.
Unbreakable energy draining field. It starts to make sense.
What else is there?
There's a lot here. Let's take it piece by piece.
Select the aspect you wish to learn more about.
Well, we'll take one at a time.
Someone from the Takan Empire is actually still around.
Or at least was, 16 years ago.
Computer, what other information do you have on Portal 63, Guardian of the Takan Empire?
The entity known as Portal 63 is of an unknown nature. A biped humanoid, he was unaware that the Takan Empire no longer existed at the time of the encounter. He was able to control the crystal-based technology of the Takan outpost through apparent telepathic means. It was by his choice that the Enterprise was released from the energy draining field, after Commander William T. Riker of the Away Team argued on behalf of both Starfleet and the Ferengi.
Telepathic control of their technology.
As I have said, they were the most advanced civilization in the galaxy.
I think the Iconian gateways want to have a word with that, but either way.
There appears to be some sort of restriction order from Starfleet. Computer, explain this restriction.
A Starfleet directive similar to General Order 7 forbids entering the Delphi Ardu system or attempting to make contact with Portal 6-3.
Starfleet doesn't throw up a no trespassing sign for just anybody.
I suppose it makes sense considering what happened to the Enterprise D.
What sort of planet is Delphi Ardu 4?
Delphi Ardu 4 is an M-class planet, a barren rocky world with little to no vegetation and frequent ion storms. The giant crystals that grow there absorb energy, but it is not understood how they do so. The entire Delphi Ardu system, consisting of 11 planets, was considered completely uninhabited until the encounter with Portal 6-3.
Frequent ion storms. That can't just be a coincidence.
What do we say about the Enterprise D, I wonder?
The technology to capture and hold the Federation flagship would have to be unbelievably powerful. Computer, what else can you tell us about the energy-draining field the Takan used?
The Enterprise D was unable to break free on its own. The precise nature of the technology was never fully understood. Only that the crystalline technology used was beyond the comprehension of then-current Starfleet science.
The engineering team found a quantized spin crystal formation in the shuttle you took to Hotari. They registered tetrametric radiation coming from it.
We have Takan technology on board right now?
We might. I'll run a full analysis in the containment lab.
The Elydians should have crushed the revolt. But if the Hotari have Takan technology and can control it, I see why they're willing to negotiate peace. For all we know, this could be just the beginning. And we're up against something greater than we can imagine.
For now, it's probably best we don't let on how much we know.
Play our cards close to the vest. Smart. I agree. Then when the time is right, we can confront them.
Diplomatically, of course.
Right.
We've been able to
Very
triangulate the source of the ionic interference and warp disruption to a specific mine on Tau. Engineering used the latest data from your shuttle to pinpoint its origin. There.
So we know where to look.
We need to know what's down there. What the Hotari are hiding, to better understand what we're up against. And to neutralize it if we can.
Captain, embarking on a mission to the Hotari moon would not be viewed favorably by either side. However, given the circumstances, we are entirely within our rights to defend ourselves.
I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. Which is why I'm thinking of sending Commander Rydek on a covert mission to Tau. Assuming you're up to the task. It would require absolute
happily
secrecy.
Accept.
And obviously, it's not without risk.
I'll get the away team in and out. They're in safe hands with me.
Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. But given the sensitive nature of this incursion, I'm afraid you'll have to go it alone. I'm hoping Tylus can accompany you. The priority is to avoid detection. It's a calculated risk. The last thing we need is to get caught and then blamed for violating our neutrality and aggravating an already tense situation. We can't afford any mistakes, which is why I've chosen you.
Yes, sir. I'll do everything in my power to make sure no one knows I'm there.
Good. Of course, you'll have full support from the Resolute, and we'll make sure we take every precaution.
Every precaution.
Get in touch with Tylus and make the necessary arrangements as discreetly as possible.
Bridge to Captain Solano. The Elydians have moved additional ships to the
I
edge
think her
of the
medical
Hotari
vulnerability
system.
is very obviously going to come
Current
into
heading
play
is
here.
straight for the homeworld.
Understood.
It would seem we no longer have the luxury of waiting. In that case, may I suggest you and I return to Hotari Prime. Doing so will provide Commander Rydek as much time as possible to complete her mission.
Agreed. We'll hail the Queen's delegation from my ready room. We all know what we need to do. Dismissed.
Yeah, you're going alone, take Tylus with you. Well, that's because Tylus isn't a representative of the Federation, right? So, essentially, you don't want it to fall in the heads of anybody who would mistake you for an actual delegation.
Petty Officers Diaz and Ed Solar.
Alone in
Where's
a Federation
crystal
responsibility
formation that you
sense.
found in the shuttle? I have tasked Ensign Calloway with performing a full analysis of the tetrametric pulses.
Security brought it to the containment lab.
I was just there. They don't know anything about it. Security never checked it in.
Miranda never got there?
She's the one that had the crystal formation?
Yeah, her and the rest of the security detail from the negotiations.
Diaz, Tamaris.
Oh, it doesn't let this prompt expire. We have to do it.
Carter Diaz to Miranda Maris.
She was very obviously looking suspicious and not sufficiently
Westbrook to
impressed.
Petty Officer Miranda Maris. Respond.
Something's not right.
She's still on the ship. She has to be.
Computer, locate Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Petty Officer Miranda Maris is in the isolinear storage array on Deck 5.
I'll go find her.
Good.
I am sure Mr. Diaz can attend to this on his own.
How many pieces is she in? We'll find out in just a moment. The ship's computer was not very forthcoming about that information. Is she in the server?
Someone improperly pulled these isolinear chips.
Yeah, they didn't follow the button prompts correctly.
Who did this?
Stealth is of the essence. Yeah, it kind of ported us back to the beginning of that scene. I think that's partly just a result of how the switch port handles the lack of free character movement. It does create a bit of a continuity issue there, as you can see, though, when it comes to where you're standing when inspecting the ladder and then going back and then going back to the ladder once more.
What the?
Oh, it's just you. I'm busy right now. Why don't you come back later?
I'm glad I found you. I was worried. We tried you on the comm badge and you didn't answer.
Yeah, and Joseph, welcome.
Oh, I guess I was just caught up in my work. But I'm through here, so I can't stay and chat. I have other things to do. Sorry you came all this way for nothing.
Let's confront her directly about it.
Commander Westbrook said the crystal formation we found in the shuttle never made it to the containment lab. He sent me to find you.
I don't know why he'd say that. I brought the crystals to the lab myself.
MKW Joseph, have I
Whatever he
seen
told
the
you,
new
you got it
Voyager
wrong.
game?
All I know
Across
is
the
where I
Unknown?
left
Yeah, I'm aware of it. It's something that we might
If that's
put
the
on the
case,
stream at
let's
some
both
point.
go down there and find them. It's that simple.
I don't have time for that.
I did
have
play through the
work to
demo a couple weeks ago. The
Look, I appreciate
text
that you
size
came
is
to
very,
check on
very
me,
small
but I'm fine.
in terms of making it a readable stream experience, but
We're on a
I
starship.
am interested in bringing it on a stream at
Nothing's
some
gonna
point.
happen to me here.
I'm worried because you're acting strange. 1 minute you're citing regulation to take the crystals, and now you don't seem to care that they've gone missing.
This one that we're playing here
what are you even
today, Resurgence, was very recently
Drop
delisted
it. I don't like
from
being
the license
interrogated,
expiring.
Carter.
Hey, wait up!
This is the Switch version, which is still obtainable, but it could go down at any moment.
I'm getting some very mixed signals
Because on
from
other
you
platforms, they
right now.
basically just had 1 day's notice for this game becoming unavailable.
I'm sorry. I'm under a lot of stress right now. Just tell Chovak or whoever I don't know where the crystals are, and let me go about my business. I know we have some things to figure out.
If you won't give me a straight answer, you can tell them yourself.
This doesn't concern you, so I'm good with that.
Miranda, hold on!
No. Get out of my way.
Come on, let's take the renegade option. What happens if we don't interrupt what we said? I guess maybe it just mission failed, or is it actually a choice?
So I see you found each other.
You were taking so long, the commander sent us to see what the problem was. Diaz, you were sent here with specific orders, and fighting your crewmate wasn't one of them. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just let them explain.
I'd like to hear that, because I know what it looks like.
Oh, let's ask her first.
She was doing something with this. Copying all kinds of data.
This drive is unauthorized.
There are ISOs all over the floor.
And that's why I was in here, investigating this situation. And when Carter came looking for me, we got our wires crossed. It wasn't anything more than that.
Check the data on this drive. I'm sure it'll show her access codes were used. And there were probably files copied while I was still with you two in engineering.
That makes sense.
Then get someone down here who can prove that. But until then, I have to go.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think we need to call it into security. She can explain herself in the brig.
Hold on a minute. We don't need to put this on anyone's permanent record. Miranda, maybe you're feeling out of sorts, and we should head to sickbay so the doc can check you out?
Yeah, I haven't felt right since I came back from Hotari. I think I should see the doctor.
You two know her? If you really think she's not well, we can take her to sickbay first. But what I know is this is a security breach, and we should treat it as such.
Please, just let me go see the doctor.
It's gonna be
She did
security.
have a bumpy ride back on the shuttle.
Lock her up.
This is Petty Officer Diaz. I need a security team to Deck 5.
This is unbelievable.
Told you we'd set it up to end tragically. But of course, the direct relationship to the episode of The Next Generation with Ferengi mind control is certainly not a coincidence. What lies beneath? That reminds me of a title of
Rydick here.
some kind of ghost film or something from 20 years back, maybe. It'll come to
I'm
me.
really starting to miss transporters.
As long as this storm is around, you'd better learn to like shuttles. But if you can find the cause of the interference, we might be able to get back to transporting.
As if I needed another incentive. We both know there's a lot more than that riding on this.
From mooches smooches to jail. Well, he's an engineer. What do you
Get in
think?
and out of the mine undetected, so I hope Minister Tylus can help in that regard.
So do I.
And to keep this covert, we'll refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary.
Understood.
I think the Starfleet uniform is a bit of a getaway.
Rydick out.
A giveaway, rather, but that's just me.
I saw your shuttle take off. Hopefully no one else did. It's good to see you. Even under these unfortunate circumstances.
You came alone?
Of course, why wouldn't I have?
We've recently discovered a great deal of deception on the part of the Hotari. Can't be too careful.
Well, I suppose I can't fault you for that. though I thought I'd earned a little more faith by now.
Lead the way. I'll fill you in on what we've learned about the situation.
Follow me.
The device Galvin and Sidron brought back from the mines is being used to control some sort of warp disruption weapon that has the Resolute trapped in Hotari space. According to our readings, the power source for that device is on this moon, at the specific coordinates I sent you.
That sounds impossible. But explains the rumors of the Hotari controlling the Ionic Storm.
I love the resemblance to the classic
Strongly
cave set
suspect
on the
the device was
soundstage.
created by an ancient empire known as the Takan.
The Takan?
Certainly deliberate.
Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy, but they've been gone for over 600,000 years.
It's hard to believe there's something like that on Tau.
Which is why I need proof. If we find hard evidence that Galvin and his allies are hiding dangerous Takan technology, I can convince the Federation to let us intervene.
Understood.
That's the mine?
Prospect 614 North, Subdivision 20.
It's enormous.
Just one of the thousands across Tau. The pride of Hotari.
How do we get inside?
The structure that circles the mine has entry points for transporting equipment into the lower levels. They're guarded, but nothing I can't get past using my authority.
Well, that's good to hear.
As long as you can avoid being seen, I should be able to talk my way past any miner. And provide a little distraction for you in the process.
How do I avoid being seen?
You don't use the door. How dare you! Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you try to deny me entry.
the Queen. But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself?
Do you know who I am?
Someone takes their breaks up here. Maybe the same guard who left that window unlocked. I suppose the view is nice. Not going that way.
Do they consider just giving her disguise? Yeah, you know, the surgical alteration like every other Star Trek infiltration.
Force field. Looks like it was installed recently. No safe way
The
around.
Hotari don't seem that perceptive.
Okay. Let's get a look inside you.
Okay, so what are we scanning for this time? Let's see if I remember how to change modes. Signal receiver. Anything in the radiation scanner that we're picking up? Nope, let's go for bio.
Full system access. Let's see if I can just... Bingo.
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course not, Minister.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight.
Very effective cover.
There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around. Hard to get anyone to listen to you otherwise.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you had it in
We
you.
encourage this behavior.
There's a lot you don't know about me. Underestimate me at your peril.
The catwalks were booby-trapped.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples?
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the lift.
That's the theory. Let's test it.
We can talk to her first.
Think of anything else that might help?
No, sorry, I've been distracted. I've been to the mines before, but only during official state visits. In better days, even the Illydians show deference to the Queen. But those days are gone, and I'm sure we were shielded from the harsher war conditions.
Outside your comfort zone?
To put it mildly. But I'm sure we can handle it together.
Do you think we could just find a way to climb over this?
Possibly. But the console on the lift itself is locked by the same system that locks this ramp.
No shortcuts then. That's an enormous tractor beam.
One of our strongest. The miners dump everything they find into the center, and the tractor beam moves it all up into the collector ship.
You sound a little proud of it.
The Illydians may have given us new tools, but the methods of excavation are all Hotari designed.
Let's see, there is a central area to check as well, but I guess we'll use the lift console first and see what happens.
No luck. Unless this console thinks I'm a Hotari guard, it won't work.
The guards work out of that building back there. Might have some DNA.
An Illydian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Illydian.
So they can keep an eye on their investment.
That's how it is.
There's DNA on this console, but it's only partial. I can't use this.
Maybe because we're outside.
The weather out here could dilute any DNA samples.
What about inside that structure? That's where the workers spend most of their time.
Good idea. What's in all these containers?
These contain mining supplies. Tools, energy packs for machinery.
Shouldn't mining supplies be inside the mines?
It is troubling. If the workers here aren't mining...
Hopefully that guard stays outside.
Oh, he will.
I think he's learned to take orders seriously by now. Before we enter, we will, of course, talk to her some more.
You're not coming inside?
There are some things I'd rather not smell.
Ah.
Are we going to pick up on a
Maybe
smell?
that guard was kind enough to leave some DNA behind for me to scan. Hygiene clearly isn't a priority down here. I see what Tylus meant about the smell. I can use this. That's a stable DNA sample. It's only partial, but a few more should do it.
I guess we do it again.
Promising.
Probably bioscans all over if you had to guess. Notable odor detected. And you thought they smelled bad on the outside. Not really seeing outlines here. Let's go back to bio. Yeah, we've already done this bit, but... Oh, here we are. Dried Hatari blood detected. I totally thought this was toilet paper. And more blood.
Good. That's another I could use. Just need one more sample.
I guess we'll have to be back outside. There's nothing else to interact with here, so... Back up we go. Although I don't see anything else to click on over here, so... I might be wrong about that. Yeah, maybe we did miss something.
Maybe that guard was kind enough to leave some DNA behind for me to scan.
You're saying we got literal blood and you don't need more samples? No. Well, a little redundancy doesn't hurt. So, how do we get samples off of the guard then? I'm trying to figure out what I can actually interact with here. Because I'm absolutely not clear on this. In terms of just what I'm allowed to click on.
Maybe that guard was kind enough to leave some DNA behind for me to scan.
Yeah, I'm actually not clear on what I can select. Oh, no, okay, I see. Inside the interior here, we have more spaces to explore. There we are. That was not obvious to me.
Some kind of glowing mineral being used as a light source. Might want one of these for my cabin, actually. Leftovers. I should give this a scan. There's gotta be stable DNA here.
Teeth marks. Viscous saliva to accommodate a harsh diet. Yeah, it does look a little bit chunky.
Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile. Time to go back to the lift.
Dr. Cliché, good to know people in the future still use salt lamps yet. All of their lava lamps already have been applied to Mario Maker cryptography.
If they eat in here, it's likely there's some DNA in the room.
Whoa, crash. First one of the day. Okay, let's see how far back we are. Just give me a moment here and we'll try to get back in. Yeah, this particular game has not really been maintained or updated since launch. Back on Switch 1 last year, so I was kind of expecting problems at some point, potentially, but hard crashes are always a little unfortunate. We'll load back in and see what happens and how much we need to recover. We'll just get back into the title screen first. You don't understand how a game like this could crash? Well, you never know. I mean, it's one of those where it launched on Switch 1. There weren't really any reported compatibility problems with the translation layer on to Switch 2 where I'm running this, but sometimes that could be a cause of complication. We don't really know. But yeah, we'll see how far back we are here, but we'll page through things quickly. So do we go all the way back to this scene here? I think we do. Okay. And I can't really skip or anything, so we'll just have to redo. Yeah, last autosave is a little far back, but
come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
can't really page through anything, unfortunately.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight.
Joseph, you're saying Skyrim for you crashes on a Switch quite often, but it's more prominent if you leave the game running.
There you are.
I've heard that is an issue if you just continue suspending it and
It worked, didn't it?
let it run into memory trouble after
I'm used to
a
having to
long
throw my weight
time.
around.
I'll just try to
I'm
repeat my
impressed.
choices from previously,
I didn't know
and
you had it in you.
There's a lot
having
you
seen all
don't know
this
about me.
already, I don't mind
Underestimate me.
talking over it.
The
Yeah, you
cat
can't
walks
actually
were
page through any of the
booby-trapped.
dialogue quickly, though.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples.
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the
So we'll hopefully not run into the same
That's the
problem,
theory.
because if we
Let's
do,
test
then
it.
that blows the run. But yeah, given that we've seen everything, I don't remember we had any choices necessarily in dialogue that we need to be aware of. I might do the dialogue, but we won't need to examine everything. We can probably skip over that without affecting anything choice-wise.
Think of anything else that might help?
Yeah, I don't think there
No,
was
sorry, I'm
anything
distracted. I've been to the
critical
mines
in
before,
dialogue
but
here,
only
though.
during official state visits.
So we'll probably just skip through it.
In better days, even the Illyrians show deference to the queen. But those
Can we
days
tell the
are
game
gone.
to save, or is it all
Shot me with a
automatic?
shield
Well,
from the
let's
harsher war
check,
conditions.
because we might do a bit of a safety save
Outside your comfort zone?
before
Put
the
it mildly.
crash points,
But I'm sure we can handle it together.
if so. Yeah, as you can see, sometimes there's the glowing autosave icon. I don't really want to click back to the main menu without it prompting me, just in case we have to redo this whole bit. We'll find out. But yeah, we can just enter directly and then scan, I hope.
Maybe that guard was kind enough to leave some DNA behind for me to scan.
And then we'll hit all the relevant points here without commenting on the smell.
Promising.
Should be able to get through this quickly at least.
That's a stable DNA sample. It's only partial, but a few more should do it. I can use this. Good. That's another I can use. Just need one more sample.
And then here we go for the food. Yeah, let's just do this quickly before we get into too much trouble.
Leftovers. I should give this a scan. There's gotta be stable DNA here. Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile. Time to go back to the lift.
Okay. I guess we'll page around this room a little bit more just to see if anything happens.
If they eat in here, it's likely there's
So
some
this was what we
DNA.
hit last time, right? To blow things up.
Almost looks like coffee. Almost. I'll have some Ractigino when I get back to the ship.
A drink that is almost, but not entirely, unlike coffee.
Hotari must be tough on the inside, too.
And yeah, we examined that previously, so let's check the control room just to see what else is here.
This'll work.
We had sufficient samples though, so we didn't really need this, right? But then let's see what we can pick up. Spitting all over the controls. Not very hygienic at all. Okay, and then we just exit. Can I? There we go. And at this point...
An Illidian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Illidian.
So they can keep an eye on their...
Yeah, we've done this bit already. I'm just trying to get back to...
There's DNA on this console, but it's only partial.
what we can interact with.
I can't use this.
Maybe because we're outside.
The weather out here could dilute any DNA samples.
What about inside that structure? That's where the workers spend most of their time.
Good idea.
We've been there, of course, but that's what happens when you skip around.
Hopefully that guard stays outside.
Oh, he will.
I think we probably just have to talk to her to continue, but let's... Whoa, oh, there we go again. Okay. This is a bit of a snag. Alright, let's just beeline directly to the interaction I need. I was trying to figure out what the continuation point was going to be. But something clearly is a bit janky in this area, and we should just try to get out of here. You're asking me, remember the wacky breath authentication devices in Alien Resurrection? And Winona Ryder had a bunch of spray bottles of simulated saliva to spray on them. I admit, I have actually not seen Alien Resurrection. But we'll be on the lookout for that. Yeah, I don't really know the Alien series well in general, but let's get back into it. Okay, we'll have to do this bit again. We'll try to push through it and at least try to get to another point of safety. But let's not mess around too much. Let's just try to find the interaction I need to push through. Yeah, something is broken in this part. We don't know what.
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course. But I guess we got to see her chew out this guy
I will be
a
about
few
my
more times.
business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight. There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around.
And yeah,
I'm
we'll just
impressed.
repeat the same
I
choices.
didn't know you had it in you.
There's a lot
Just to
you
try to
don't know
recreate
about
whatever
me.
I was doing.
Underestimate me at your peril.
The catwalks were booby-trapped.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use
A
it
precursor to
to
this game I had
gain
mentioned earlier on the stream was
I have an idea. but
the
we need a few samples
first
of
part
DNA
of
from the miners who work
Batman
here.
the Telltale
Samples.
series,
Fingerprints, sweat.
which
blood.
the throwaway interactables in this game remind me of quite strongly.
That's the theory.
But I remember that when I
Let's
played
test it.
the Batman Telltale games on Switch, that with the first of them, I actually did have a point where I lost a full hour of progress because of a save corruption issue. And so we're not in such dire circumstances yet. But it would be nice to actually
Maybe
progress
that
with the
guard
game.
was kind enough to leave some DNA behind for me to scan.
Well, we can try to do it slightly out of order this time. Do the control room first to see
This'll work.
if we can collect that as one of the samples first. Can see it acknowledged.
That's a stable
Doesn't seem
DNA
like
sample.
collecting 4 samples
Well, he
gets you
pushed,
anything.
but a few more should do it.
It's not like the third act of Silk Song where you are required to do 3, you get 4, and then one of them just gets hung up on your wall. Oops. Let's go lounge.
Leftovers. I should give this a scan. There's gotta be stable DNA here.
And of course, I still haven't established what I have to interact with to
another I
progress
can use.
after I
Just need one more
collect
sample.
all this. So let's hopefully manage to get out of here.
I can use this. Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile. Time to go back to the lift.
Okay, moment of truth. So, how do we go back to the lift? Well, last time when I selected examine the security door, that's when it crashed, right? Or do we talk to her first? Let's see. Let's talk to her first.
You're not coming inside?
There are some
Oh no,
things
okay,
I'd
that
rather not smell.
supposedly precedes the interaction we'd already seen earlier with going inside, so that's not it. Maybe it is just a door. Let's hopefully not crash.
Hopefully that guard stays outside.
Oh, he will.
Because wasn't it right at this moment? But then, how do I... Oh, actually, no. We just go back to the lift area by porting. Okay. I keep forgetting that we can just freely port between locations like that. We don't need to click on a transition point. Okay. Should have just done that in the first place. And let's just try to get out of here and into the next autosave.
It worked. Theory proven.
I'll get it started.
And then we can just exit. And we should. I just need to escape this segment unscathed.
Ready?
There we go. There's the autosave.
I'm a little afraid of what we might find down there.
We'll be okay. I've survived worse than this.
Well, I haven't. But I'll put my faith in you. For now. Jara. No, stay back. There's a guard at the station. You'll have to hide.
Quick time event coming? Oh, totally. Well, you can just chew him out as usual.
What are you doing here?
You know who I am.
With me. I'm Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs. I speak for the Queen herself.
This is a restricted area. No one gains access without the approval of Galvin or Sidron.
Wait.
Jues Gawad Abawincha.
Let me go.
Oh, okay. No, I guess we actually have to intervene. Well, maybe we don't have to, but I guess we did.
Are you all right?
I don't know.
I wonder if I had to.
Injured. No, I thought if I could talk my way through like always, I'd be fine, but I'm a diplomat. This isn't what I do. I've never even fired a weapon. This is just...
Tylus, I understand how you're feeling, but we don't have time for this.
Let's keep this professional.
I need you to get it together. Can you do that?
I'll try. My authority has never been challenged like that. It meant nothing to him.
So we should assume any...
I feel like I've seen so many funicular descents into mines in video games of all sorts.
The only loyalty they have down here is to Galvin and Sidron.
Can you switch over the lift?
The guard should have a scan card that will allow us to operate the switch.
Sometimes you even get some fights inside them. We'll obviously take the keycard.
Got it.
He's not dead, is he? He's still one of my people, and I didn't come here to take Otari lives.
My phaser's set to stun. He'll be perfectly fine, just unconscious for a while.
I didn't really get to choose whether it was set to stun.
We don't have that sort of technology on our weapons.
Good to know.
I guess I should have interacted with the other parts first, but I didn't think that this would progress immediately.
The energy readings are emanating from this tunnel. It's sure to be guarded in there. Stay low and follow my lead.
Dr. Cliché, you're saying there should be a hospital funicular with the tagline, "We put the NICU in funicular." There really should be. It's the safest way to travel with newborns in your care. And, oh, what happened here?
Is that all dilithium?
Not all of it. We excavate large chunks of rock that
Screen blacked out for a moment before I clicked anything.
It's sorted and processed at the collector ship above.
Okay, nothing to do but enter the mine, so let's do it.
More guards.
I take that as a sign we're getting close.
Well, that's not suspicious at all, is it? Lots of biosamples to work with. Anyway, here's the scene of the crime. Still looking very fresh and
This?
not yet tidied.
It's where the uprising started. Otari don't do this. We defend ourselves, but we don't kill on this scale, this level of savagery.
I believe that's a no true
There's
Scotsman
no such
fallacy.
thing as a bloodless rebellion.
I don't know if we should keep going.
If you're going to be perfectly technical about it.
Death. I don't want to end up like them.
We'll make sure they didn't die for nothing. What we learn here could save the rest of your people.
A true Scotsman drinks all the aliens under the table, as we know from all the way back in the original series.
Whatever happened here, it made the Elydians abandon the mines. Let's find out what they're so scared of.
And yeah, you're quite right. The counterpoint is, I don't kill on any scale. Alright, let's check everything.
These crystalline particles, they're not dilithium. Are they common in the mines?
Not that I've ever seen.
Is this the effects of an Elydian disruptor?
Yes.
Disruptors are cruel weapons. Hotari. And Elydian. Both sides took a beating.
Classic bit of sports commentary, of course. Your boys took a hell of a beating.
Footprints. Elydian boots. Running back the way we came.
We won't follow the footprints yet. We've got too many other things to inspect.
From the blast marks, it looks like the Elydians had far greater firepower.
And yeah, perhaps the Balrog prediction was not too far off the mark.
The Hotari fortified the side of the room opposite the door. It's a good tactic, but a few crates aren't going to stop fully armed Elydian soldiers. How did they win?
In a way, let's find out.
Tylus.
What?
What kind of weapon did this?
This is like nothing I've ever seen or heard of. My people don't have a weapon that does this.
What else can you tell me?
Well, luckily we have a tricorder for that. I probably should go for the living tissue first. Oh, well, no, chemicals again. We'll grab a little bit here. Yeah, and then the crystals, once embedded in the flesh, will grow by themselves. The Lydians have 4 hearts. All are stopped and the veins that feed them are clogged with quantized spin crystallization. If they're interrogated by Cardassians, do they have 5 hearts?
What an awful way to die. This must be why the Elydians are so afraid. Technology that surpasses their own, in the hands of the Hotari that they've lorded over for centuries.
Where did this weapon come from?
Well, the crystals are giving off tetrametric pulses. If I set my tricorder to search for that frequency...
Literally a crystalline
it'll
entity.
lead us right to the source.
Okay, so... well, sure, let's look at everything.
This makeshift barrier forced the Elydians to enter from the service corridor, creating a choke point. Quite the advanced tactic for a species that's never waged war. This Elydian tried to run.
They didn't let him.
The Elydians shot to kill.
But if they killed him, why was he shot in the back?
Huh, you're right. The shot came from the side the Hotari were defending.
We don't kill our own. And he wasn't just caught in the middle.
Okay, where to next? Onward.
Killed by the same crystallization as the Elydian.
Whose side was the killer on?
Oh yeah, that's the only thing we can do at this point is look into the pit.
Tylus, you may not want to look down there.
I've come too far to... What is this?
They've been dumping bodies down here.
Unforgivable. Galvin and Sidron will be made to answer for this.
No true Hatari kills their own on this scale. I guess that's a falsifiable statement, if any.
More of these crystals.
Another of my people dead.
Why would you even scan that? It's such a boring machine.
Tylus, what is this machine?
It's for tunnel boring. The cone on the front is covered in disruptors that allow it to melt through the solid rock.
They don't seem to have finished the tunnel. Why stop here, I wonder? Think they parked this here on purpose?
One way to find out.
Need any help?
I've got it.
This concentration of tetrametric radiation has never been recorded. Whatever they're hiding, it's right through here.
It's funny that even in a game structured like this one, it has the notorious trope of the loading crack.
This feels strange.
The crystals are increasing, growing outward, replacing the soil.
It's like an infection. A parasite. Growing inside Tau.
Incredible.
This is definitely not Hotari.
It's the remnants of the Takan Empire.
I don't think we should be here.
This is exactly where we should be. Every strange thing we've seen in this system, it might all come from this room. We need to learn everything we can.
Okay, let's see what there is to look at. We'll talk to her first.
How are you holding up?
I knew Galvin and Sidron were dangerous. Now I know they're more powerful than I could have imagined. But the worst of it is knowing they got there by turning our people against their own.
Oh, did we get more dialogue?
This place feels wrong.
I'll get what I need, and we can get out of here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wonder how many unique lines you get, actually. I guess every time you're given a prompt, there's more to say.
Is it too, convenient that we found this place unguarded?
There's an old Earth saying about never looking a gift horse in the mouth.
What's a horse?
A horse is a horse is a horse, of course. Entirely tautological. Okay, let's take a look at a seed wing.
Crystallized lithium compounds. Its internal structure is extremely ordered. In fact, the states of these crystals on a subatomic level suggests a storage device of some kind. Energy levels are both stable and ordered, like information. Some of them appear to be depleted.
What kind of information would you deplete? Why are these all over the floor?
Very similar to all the isolinear chips we found on the floor on the ship earlier.
These haven't been depleted yet.
I mean, yeah, we'll go over the chemical scan. Anything else with this filter?
This suggests there's some type of complex life form contained within each crystal.
Life form? There's something alive in these tiny crystals?
That's what it says.
Oh, of course, and then they
Hard to imagine how that's possible.
totally leak out and possess you.
Our science division will have a field day with this. We need to study it on the ship.
That will not put anybody at risk whatsoever. The containment will be perfectly fine. Oh, okay, we go back to the Nexus, but then from here, can we go back to the other nodes? Yes, we can. And let's take a look.
Somewhat resembles a transporter pad. Look familiar?
It's almost identical to the console Galvin has hidden in the palace. It looks like a control surface. What are we looking at?
It's made of the same crystalline material as the rest of this place, but I can't tell much else. Might be some kind of sleep mode. I can't analyze this further unless it starts working normally.
Maybe we can turn it on from
We
somewhere
tried turning it off and on again.
Hopefully. Let's keep looking around.
Okay, what can we replicate? Oh yeah, this is gonna do anything glowing. Does this present itself as scannable? I don't know. Let's keep going. Resembles a weapon, it seems.
What is it?
The device's primary function is to transmute lithium into this quantized crystalline compound. Possibly for the creation of weapons.
Do you think one of these was used on that Elydian in the tunnels?
Such a cruel weapon.
Jara?
I see it.
What's happening?
Someone turned it on.
There's no one here. But maybe the device I saw in the palace can send a signal?
If that's the case, we may not be alone for long. Let's hurry.
We'll look at a bit of everything first.
Looks like some sort of replicator.
This chapter has definitely been a
Can't get it to work.
lengthy
It has
expository
power.
segment.
Must be looking for some other kind of authorization.
Where it doesn't really seem like we've made any critical choices for a while, but I guess it's just trying to dump what it can have to plot on us, so let's learn some more.
Can your device read this?
It can roughly translate the words, but we don't have enough Taconian language on record to understand how it's structured.
Wow, that doesn't match the subtitles at all. That's okay, we picked up on it. Okay. Let's go back and observe what has come up.
They're like ancient hieroglyphs,
Whoever made this was very proud. You don't make a monument to the past unless you thought it went well.
Okay, is that all we can look at? Might be. Let's return to the core wing, actually, now that we have this powered up.
Power coming off it.
I've never seen this kind of energy before. I'll need to record this with my tricorder.
Levels too diluted to record. Let's see what else is actually interactable here then. Oh, here's something. Apparently a control surface.
This can't be right. It's putting out almost 50 zettajoules of energy.
I assume that's a lot?
Enough to power this entire quadrant. This amount of power, the kind of radiation it's putting out, it's the cause of the storm. The warp disrupting beam, all of it.
What do we do now?
We get back to the Resolute. They have to know about this. Come on, let's... Quickly. We have to hide.
This is outrageous! I demand you let me go!
No need to complain. You're about to receive a gift beyond your wildest imagination. If anything, I consider it an honor.
Totally going to be possessed by a new consciousness. Oh, we actually have to move quickly.
What is that? What are you doing?
Now the implication is that Miranda from security got the same treatment.
I can influence the course of the negotiations. I can make sure the Hotari get the better end of the bargain.
Oh, they know.
So can I.
So yeah, I guess here we lived with the consequences of the decision to put her into brig rather than sending her to medical. We'll get through maybe one more main chapter here today, I think. And we might take a pause after that. But let's inspect everything first and see what's happening.
Has she said anything? Miranda won't be in here for long. Just gotta sort this all out.
If there was a chance between you two, I think you've blown it out the airlock. Hope you're happy.
Actually, I'd say we put it in the
Doesn't
break.
deserve this. We're supposed to be her friends.
What did you want me to do?
I wanted to bring her to sick bay.
You weren't there until the very end.
We were at the start of something good, and you throw it away like that. I never thought you'd turn on me like this.
I didn't turn on you. You brought this on yourself. Unless you have some kind of explanation.
You think I owe you an explanation? Starfleet and its never-ending search for answers.
I feel like she's not entirely aligned with Starfleet values.
Tried to find the other members of the security team that went to Hotari, but they're missing.
Yeah, she was totally implanted with something.
Jeffrey's tube.
You better hurry up and find them. There's not much time left.
You're working with them.
You have a keen mind, Carter. That's something I liked about you. But that won't be enough.
The question is, when was she
Here's
compromised
something.
precisely?
What is it?
Maris didn't get bioscanned after returning from Hotari. Neither did the other two that are missing.
None of them were scanned.
Which should not have happened.
So all this could be happening because she's contaminated. She caught something on Hotari.
It's possible. A pathogen can cause all kinds of behavioral issues. I'll scan Petty Officer Maris and get some data to cut through all this speculation.
I think it's better if I do it.
Open up too. Data coming in. Come here for a second. Did you know?
Know what?
That's not Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
What are you talking about?
It's right here on the tricorder.
Hold on. Then who is it?
From what I'm reading, she might look like Miranda. Walk and talk like her too. But she has different brainwaves, and even different DNA. Somehow, this isn't the same person we left Starbase with. I'm going to feed this into the main computer and run some more analysis.
Commander, there's gotta be something we can do for her.
This is incredible. By some process we don't yet understand, Miranda's body is being rewritten. Her mind has been remapped to another personality, and her DNA is resequencing. I'm not sure the extent of it, but it appears to be pervasive. Someone has taken over and is bioforming her.
That's a crude way to describe it.
Bioforming.
This is a problem. A big one.
Who are you?
I'm Miranda, but so much more.
And of course, it just had to be the security team that's compromised, but... How much of the ship did they take over before?
Don't let them get the storage drive.
We have an opportunity to intervene. Good thing they still set everything to stun. Oh. To keep the hands on the controller sometimes.
Emo e notice texta.
What the hell are they saying?
It's not in the universal translator.
It's been a while since I played through one of those QTE fights, essentially. That were the characteristic of some of the Telltale adventures.
Who the hell are you?
We are the scions of the flame.
Reaching their absolute peak in Tales of the Borderlands.
You're getting away.
Of course we're shooting her. Come on. No hesitation. She didn't like that, but it's not really her, so it doesn't matter.
Scions of the Flame? I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, I guess we should.
You're never gonna believe this. The reason the Universal Translator didn't recognize that language is because it's only ever been read. It's the Takan language.
Get your filthy Hotari hands off me! We'll burn your planet to the ground. Animals. Wait. No.
I mean, how did they figure out that was a way to make contact and plug it in? Trial and error, perhaps. Now, the implication, of course, is that the Hatari Rebel leadership have themselves been taken over, and indeed that's the case. They were scions of the flame to begin with.
This can only mean our time has come.
I'm only sorry I couldn't find a more suitable host for you.
All in good time. This is only the beginning.
They're working together? An Elidian and a Hotari?
I think she's not entirely following what's happening here.
Secure the Cartabula.
When there is
It's the energy source.
so much precedent for this exact plot going all the way back to the original series.
Spread out. Search the vault. Go back through the mine. Cut off their escape. Find them.
And from there we know, of course, that the actual solution is the true Scotsman one, which is to drink them under the table. But we'll see if this crew comes up with that.
We're trapped. They're blocking the only exit.
Maybe not. Can you buy me some time? For what? This vehicle looks a lot tougher than that barrier.
Shoot the Hotari woman!
Gotta take a moment to load the phaser shot here, and there we go.
Jara! Get on!
Not such a boring machine after all.
lift. We're trapped.
Resolute.
Not what a Starfleet comm badge would not.
Resolute, come in.
Oh, I guess we should shoot back first.
Are you all right?
I think so. It hurts.
Commit to the tractor beam. I guess that's the only thing we're allowed to do here, so we'll just have to do it.
What are you doing?
Hold on to me.
Totally worked as planned.
Commander, we read you, but there's too much interference. Transporters still can't get a lock.
Miranda was able to transport through the storm. There has to be some path through that we're not seeing.
Tetrametric radiation is saturating our sensors. There is too much interference to pick up the residual transporter signature.
Wait. Tetrametric radiation. Of course. I can align the transporter with the tetrametric signature. The crystals emit tetrametric pulses every 3.8422 seconds, roughly 26 centihertz. All of this is connected.
Oh, is it going to be the same pathfinding minigame as earlier?
Warp
I guess we'll find
field,
out.
The crystals, Miranda's alien transporter tech. Okay, I've got the transporter in calibration. There are a lot of biosigns in that mine, all stacked on top of each other. I need something to identify the commander's signal. Something loud, energetic.
Understood. Commander Rydek, we have penetrated the storm's interference, but we are unable to pinpoint your signature. We need you to generate a high-energy event to help us...
High-energy event. Got it. Tylus, are you still with me?
I am.
Good. I'm going to
Detonate
shoot
the
my
phaser?
lasers some dilithium.
Oh, okay.
Cause a
That works too.
piezoelectric rupture.
What? Why?
Signal flare.
Whoa! Dilithium explosion.
Is that energetic enough?
More than enough. I can lock onto their biosigns now.
Okay, same as before, I think. Similarly, clear debris and select targets to transport. Yeah, same idea, just with one additional wrinkle in it. Like with the tractor game that we've seen before. Okay, so wait, how do we switch over to the other side to reroute then? I guess we have to do this bit first. And just zap them all. Oh, there we are. Then do we do the routing next? Let's find out.
I've got their biosigns isolated.
Commander, we have your signal.
I'm gonna tunnel a path through the ionic interference.
And yeah, saw this much earlier in the game. Let's see if we can do it before things go awry. Just gonna maybe take this one down this way. We can. Let's go.
Got a path. Just gotta calibrate the signal.
Combination of the minigames from before. Oh, okay, yeah. So finally, we do get to adjust the waveform a bit. Is this a close enough match? Here we go.
I've got a lock.
Energize.
How do we energize? Oh, we just use a stick. Okay. Kind of feel like that was also supposed to be a touchscreen swipe up on the transporter controls.
We're losing her.
The pattern is degrading. Can you hold the signal?
I'm trying. Come on.
So what has he jumbled together?
Yes! Get her to sickbay.
Captain Solano and Ambassador Spock have just returned from Hotari.
Take a look at that.
Rydick, I need you on the bridge, now.
I'm here.
The Elydians are preparing to attack Hotari.
Status report.
Your systems are now fully powered. All torpedo tubes open.
They're preparing to fire.
We should hail the Elydian flagship, Captain.
Readying phasers if you want them.
Stand by. Await my order. Recommendation, Commander? Quickly.
You know what? Let's
Before this spirals out
lock
of control.
phasers. Let's be
We don't have to
aggressive.
fire, but we can lock phasers on the flagship's weapons array. Give them something to think about.
As Commander Rydick said.
Locking on phasers.
The Elydians. They've powered down their weapons.
They understand force.
You sure about that,
Some of the
Mr.
time.
Amott?
They're venting some kind of gas from their ship. Hold on. Now all of their systems have shut down.
That's unexpected.
Commander Ermont, scan them again. We have to be sure.
No mistaking it. They're dead in the water.
What's happening?
There's an energy dampening field coming from Tau.
Take us out of range.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, the flagship is hailing us.
On screen.
Zeldy to the Starship Resolute. Our main power cores are completely disabled. The more power we give, the more it takes. Running off batteries. Life support systems have failed. Unable to ventilate. Contaminated atmosphere.
They were totally sabotaged.
Admiral, you are about to launch an attack on a defenseless planet.
Kobliat, you supported us in the negotiations. We need your help again now. Please, I beg of you. You must render assistance. System failures are compounding around my ship.
We'll assist them.
We'll help you.
We're on their side.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Admiral, excuse us while we devise a rescue plan.
By my estimate, the crew only have 23 minutes before their atmospheric mix becomes lethal.
While we may not be able to transport the Elydians directly,
Did script
if we were to
skip over the
transport
second
them
part of the
from
line,
their
but
ship to a nearby shuttlecraft,
the 107
it
aboard.
should be possible to amplify the transporter signal there and reroute it to the Resolute.
The Ambassador's plan is incomplete. An away team will have to beam aboard the Zeldy and set up pattern enhancers for a stable enough signal out of the dampening field.
Thank you for identifying my deficiency, Commander Chovak.
Jara, I need a senior officer in command of this. Take Chovak and Bedrosian in the shuttle and get it done.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsalar, you will be part of the rescue mission, as will I. We will bring the shuttle within transporter range of the Zeldy, then beam you both aboard.
Beam us on board. Why?
The pattern enhancers must be placed on the Zeldy to make it possible to beam the Elydians back to the Resolute. Gather the pattern enhancers and get to the docking bay.
We're going on the wrong mission.
What's that?
We're going to rescue the Elydians, the people that oppressed the Hotari, when we should be going to rescue Miranda. This thing that's happened to Miranda is like the Trill symbiosis joining, only worse. And I've seen too many people I care about wiped away by some greater entity to stand by while the same thing happens to her. I wanted no part of it then, and I won't stand for it now. Your body's stolen and used like puppets.
It won't be easy. She's gonna fight us every step of the way. We've seen that.
Remember, it's not her that's fighting us.
I know. But Right now. We've got other lives to save.
Yeah.
I was going to make a remark about how
The
this
away
chapter is
team
entitled
is
Turnabout. Not dissimilar to, of course, Turnabout Intruder, last episode of the original series, which kind of goes to show just how many infiltration plots in Star Trek, just how many possession plots, rather, there really are. Let's seal the hatch first. Maybe that's advisable for safety.
Resolute to Shuttlecraft Melville. You're cleared for takeoff.
Acknowledged, Resolute. Melville, taking off.
We are within range. Any closer will put the shuttlecraft at risk. Preparing to transport the away team. Energizing.
Errand of Mercy. They really do title each of the chapters to after existing episodes to some extent or another.
And the other systems, too.
They at least approximate them.
no. We gotta get to their transporter room.
It's not working.
No power's running through any of this. We gotta get him open manually.
Stop! I am the ranking officer here. State your intentions. We are under siege. Explain yourselves.
What does it look like? We're here to rescue you.
And yet, you cannot even open a door.
Whoa there.
It does undermine one's credibility a little bit as rescuer, perhaps.
I am still able to stand. What are you trying to do?
We gotta get into your transporter room.
Then we can get your people off this ship.
Their crew is totally compromised, though. We'll find out exactly how.
Make sure they're evenly spaced. We need to manually adjust beam trajectory so they connect.
I got this one. You get the others.
Good old pattern enhancers. In hexagonal arrangement this time.
The pattern enhancers are aligned and ready to go. Let's round them up.
These will boost the signal so we can transport through the storm. We have a shuttle outside this ship that will route the signal to the Resolute.
All crew to transporter room 2. We are evacuating.
We're live.
Here they come.
I guess it might
coordinates.
branch dramatically if you do
Beam status.
refuse them assistance.
Energizing controls.
Please step on the platform so we can evacuate you, Admiral.
The crew goes first, Arminta.
Sir,
I mean it.
you! Get on the platform already!
Okay. The interface is in Elydian, but the layout is the same as a Starfleet transporter. I just gotta do what I did before.
Okay, same
Select
game.
the people to transport.
Different notation. Wait, hang on. Oh, let's slide it all up and see what happens.
Plot a path through the ionic interference.
Very different UI design. We'll see. Yeah, maybe we take it through the darker sections here, and perhaps it avoids the interference. I'm actually not entirely clear. Let's do it that way, and same idea here. Let's just get the amplitude up, translate the wave a bit, or adjust wavelength rather, and then we energize.
Even at this range, the
Our stick
interference
same as
is too
before.
much. The system is suggesting better transport coordinates. DS the shuttle. You're sitting right in the thick of it. I'm sending you specific coordinates for a clear signal path.
Could be somewhere interesting.
Waypoint's been added to the navigational computer. There, Commander. Give or take 50 meters.
Melville to away team. Energize.
I have the first group of Elydians in the pattern buffer. Redirecting and transmitting to the Resolute now.
This is Resolute. We have the Elydians safely aboard.
We did it! I was so worried this wouldn't work. We got this.
Don't celebrate
But
yet,
wait,
Lieutenant.
there's more.
We've got a lot of people left to save.
Right. Sorry.
This is Commander Rydek. We're holding steady. Signal is good. Keep them coming.
But does their admiral make it out? I guess we'll find out.
Admiral, you're next.
It's totally setting up for him to be left behind.
Clear. I only leave after those in my charge.
Sir, I must insist you go so you can lead our people. I will see to any stragglers.
Yes, that may be for the best. But first, let me thank our human saviors. I'll pin medals on your uniforms when this is over.
Get on the
For
transporter.
all your brave work.
Get on the damn transporter, sir.
Ah, yes. Forgive me.
We're ready for transport.
Get the Admiral to safety.
That's the human way of saying you're welcome. Get on the transporter. Now, of course, they'll all be stranded here, I'm sure.
Massive power surge!
Sending available power to the annular confinement beam. I have the Elydians in the pattern buffer, but I cannot resolve their signal to send them through to the Resolute, nor can I materialize them here.
I am losing their patterns. I need more power, but internal relays are not functioning.
I'll do it manually. Do it!
I am trying. I will lose the transport if I do not have more time. The signal is resolving.
Please!
Do we intervene and exist? We're gonna complete the transport.
Finish the transport.
The needs of the many.
Transport complete.
Outweigh the face of the one.
She is injured.
Lieutenant Bedrosian has been
That's right,
injured,
fair trade.
but the last transport was successful.
She didn't like that, though.
Thanks, B.
Unfortunately, our shuttle systems were damaged by the power surge. We can no longer serve as the transporter node.
Carter, these readings are off the charts. The source of the storm is on this ship. That must have been the power surge. When it came on board.
You're right. The Takan energy source. They call it the Cartabula. It's here.
Is that?
The intruders are preparing to bring the Zeldi to war.
And we're about to be stuck on it.
There is an old Illidian saying about leaping off the hot skillet and falling to the flame below.
Yeah, we got that one too.
We don't know where this ship is going, but we are not lost. We can still do something. We can still fight. We'll stop them.
Frying pans go all the way back to the precursors.
I like this plan, and I shall fight with you.
That's all well and good, but if we're not getting off this ship, we're really backed into a corner here.
We can't get off this ship.
But maybe I could target somewhere on the ship.
We are reading the warp engines powering up.
Yeah, we picked up on that.
We do not have a way to evacuate you from the Zeldi. The shuttlecraft is too heavily damaged.
That's all right, Commander. We have a plan of our own. We're gonna stay on this ship.
That is very bold of you,
Mr. Diaz. Live long and prosper.
I hear voices down the corridor.
They will be here soon.
I'll guard the door. You just get us out of here, Diaz.
Hey, Stretch. Help us with this map. Find somewhere as remote as you can.
They're almost here.
Okay, so... Oh, I guess we get to pick something. Now it'd be hilarious if we took the bridge. Do we actually get to choose, or does it reject choices that are not ideal? Whoa. Lights out all of a sudden.
Bridge?
The first place intruders would fortify.
Oh yeah, okay, so it doesn't let us. So yeah, we can't stall too long because it seems like the video just goes dark sometimes.
There. The aft
Cargo bay will do.
That is acceptable.
Sounds good to me.
Whatever you're doing, do it now!
We're locked in. 40 transport.
Come on, Val!
Val!
Did he get stabbed with the crystal? I thought so. Or...
It's too late for him.
No, just totally shot through, actually.
3 to transport. Energize.
Gotta do it quickly. Interesting that the compromised security officers would all choose to come here instead of launching a takeover of the Resolute when they're perfectly positioned to do so. But I suppose they have a plan.
Zeldi does not appear to have left any warp signature at all. I cannot track its trajectory. Our duty often calls for sacrifice. She knows it, and our people on the Zelda know it.
Contact the Resolute, Mr. Chovak. Have them bring us back. And tell them we'll need medical waiting for Lieutenant Bedrosian.
Yes, Commander.
Okay, this seems like probably a very natural breakpoint for resuming on another day, but let's watch this scene first and see where we're able to interact.
Through your efforts, we were able to save almost 100 Elydians from certain death. As for Lieutenant Bedrosian, well, Duval will do her best, but the prognosis isn't very encouraging.
Even with the possible risk to Bedrosian, I felt the needs of many outweighed the needs of one.
I mean, Spock is right here.
But when that
Well,
comes
not in
at
this
such
room,
a
but
high cost, well, it's
close
just
by.
hard on all of us.
Commander Rydek, I heard what you did. The sacrifice you made for our sake. You saved not only my life, but the lives of my crew. An incredibly heroic
Yeah, I suppose he goes
deed.
down if you don't make that choice.
All of Elydia is in your debt. We cannot thank you enough.
Just doing our duty, Admiral. I'm sure you understand. If you'll excuse us.
Of course.
Anyway, they owe us. We'll take the payment and dilute you.
Ambassador Spock and the rest of the senior staff are waiting for us in the briefing room to discuss just that. I wanted a chance for you and I to speak first, given the circumstances. While protocol might suggest we alert Starfleet about our situation, missing crew, the data breach, a possible threat from the Hotari, or Takan, I think we're better off keeping this to ourselves, under our control.
I think we've generally been in agreement
You know what's
with
at stake for me here, and
keeping
what's
this out
at
of
stake for
Starfleet.
you too. I can't afford another mission gone wrong, and I'm really counting on your support. I don't want to raise a false alarm just yet.
He's a bit of a careerist,
I have
but
every confidence we can wrap this
we agree
up
with him
before
in
it gets
principle.
any worse than it already is.
I'll follow your lead. We can keep this under wraps for now.
Always
We can
nice
always
to know
betray
you
him
have my
later.
back. One of the primary reasons I brought you on board. I made the right decision.
And in turn, I hope you'll have my back as well.
Of course. Loyalty like yours doesn't go unnoticed. Or unrewarded.
We're ready in the briefing room, Captain.
On our way. Is there any update on our efforts to trace the Zeldy's warp signature?
Unfortunately, no. Somehow they were able to mask the signature and block our ability to track their trajectory.
I'm also concerned about what went with them. A Taconian energy source.
Sidron referred to it as the Cartabula.
Yes, I've been analyzing your tricorder scans. This Cartabula is more powerful than any energy source on record. It disabled our ability to warp and likely created the ion storm.
We have to find that ship.
It could be anywhere by now.
Literally anywhere.
We're not asking Starfleet.
I have faith in our away team. They won't give up easily, and if they can somehow manage to stay alive, then maybe they could get word to us about their location.
That'd be a hell of a lucky break.
Right now, we need all the luck we can get. The Takan also compromised our systems when Petty Officer Maris stole data from our computer core.
We're assessing what was lost as we speak. It's just too soon to say exactly what they had access to.
Starfleet needs to know about this.
We're not contacting Starfleet until we fully understand the situation. There are too many unknowns.
They stole our data. That's reason enough to warn Starfleet.
I would have to agree with the captain. There's no point causing undue panic based purely on speculation.
We need to know more before we go off half-cocked sounding the alarm. I want to speak with the Hotari and get to the bottom of this before we get Starfleet involved.
I expect we'll meet resistance. The Hotari think we
Spock's not
violated our
fond of that
neutrality
idea
by
either.
entering their minds. Assuming the negotiations are off, we no longer have an official role here.
We still have a responsibility to the Hotari and the Elydians.
The Takan are a threat to both their civilizations.
No. They're a threat to us all. The device Commander Rydek found in the Taconian Vault is an advanced delivery mechanism for a complex biogenetic transformation process.
Meaning what, exactly?
Not only are they bioforming innocent hosts, transforming them into Takan, they're taking the DNA and engrammatic data of a specific Taconian and displacing that of its host. It's a hostile takeover on a cellular level, bringing individual Takan back to life, one by one.
And what happens to the host?
It's hard to say exactly. Some of their memories remain intact, but the implanted Taconian identity appears to have full control. In time, all that remains of the host may be lost entirely.
It's an invasion. One victim at a time.
Precisely. Petty Officer Maris called herself a scion of the Flame, but the computer had no information about it.
She also shot the hell out of my ship as she escaped and nearly killed a few of our crew. So we know this about those scions. They're dangerous.
The Takan have crossed a line. That much is certain. However, meeting with the Hotari could offer insight into their true intentions. Under the pretense of an apology for betraying their trust and trespassing on their territory.
Given the options, this might be our best chance to find out more about what they have planned.
I couldn't agree more.
With the Cartabula gone, I can confirm we have regained warp capability and the use of our transporters.
Excellent. Commander Ermot, see if we can arrange a meeting on Hotari as soon as possible. As Ambassador Spock suggested, under the pretense of an apology.
Aye, Captain.
Nice work, everyone.
You're long overdue for a Diridium infusion.
Well, is it glowing red?
It looks like I am.
I guess so. I get a feeling that the dependence on the Diridium infusion is
I'll give you two
going to be
but she needs
pertinent to the
Commander Rydek?
bioforming takeover
Is that you?
at some point.
I
She
thought
wants
I
a
heard
word
your
with
voice.
us.
I'm right here.
Where? Before you say anything, I just want you to know I don't blame you for what happened. I heard that last transport made it through. That was our mission, to save lives. So, I'm glad it was a success. And Dr. Duval tells me she can get me my sight back. Eventually.
Might need to wear a visor for a while, but
I
we'll see.
just hope this isn't the end of my career. Can't be much of a tactical officer.
We know blindness isn't disqualifying
see
in
what's coming.
Starfleet.
But this is all I've ever wanted to do.
The latest advancements in vision enhancement are truly.
I mean, this is
remarkable.
already past the point when Geordi has his
I would
eyes,
be
right? So
surprised if you came back better than you ever were.
I just want to be able to see again. That's all I'm asking.
All right, you two. Lieutenant Bedrosian needs her rest, and you have an infusion waiting for you.
I will check in on you soon. I promise.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
Aside from almost running out of Diridium, you're in good health.
Nice to get some positive news for a change.
You I don't worry about. The captain, however...
Go on.
You see it, don't you? He's desperate.
Doctor-patient
Withholding intel from
confidentiality.
Starfleet just to save his reputation. That's
Well, no,
not
this is an
normal
ethical judgment.
behavior
Okay, that's
for a
fine.
Captain. And you encouraged him. You've spent enough time with him now, seen enough of how he runs the ship. If there's something wrong, as the ship's doctor, I need to know. Don't sugarcoat it.
He's
No, I
fine.
He's perfectly fine. The captain is doing everything
Just a
he
little
can to
suspicious,
ensure
that's
our
all.
success. I know you don't agree with his methods, but you can't deny his heart is in the right place.
Well, if that's what you believe, just know the rest of us have to live with your decisions. Make sure you remember that.
The doctor can be the ethical conscience. Doesn't need to be our job.
Jara.
Monitor your duridium levels. I'll be right back.
How's your wound?
Like it was never there. I feel lucky you were there with me. Without you, I'd be, well... Thank you for saving my life. Even with the wonders of your technology, it wouldn't have mattered if you'd left me for dead.
You're welcome. Just doing my job.
I'll never forget it. We saw the truth down in those mines. What Sidron and Galvin really are. Who they've become. The lengths they're willing to go to. What they did to that Lydian. It's hard to accept. That everything I thought I knew, so much was a lie. The horror of that underneath our feet the entire time.
It's always better to know. No matter how awful, the truth is better than living with a lie.
I am coming around to that thinking as well.
Commander Rydick, you're needed on the bridge at once.
What is it?
The Hotari have agreed to meet.
There really isn't that much of a natural breakpoint, actually, between saves. I mean, this was an autosave every time you see a title chapter, but sometimes it tosses you right into more highly consequential choices.
We can't just wait to be rescued. We have no idea when or if the Resolute is gonna catch up. But if we can get access to the Zeldi systems, we might be able to figure out what the Takan are up to. You got somewhere we could do that? Up there?
Now that the Zeldi has its power again, I might be able to access some of the ship's systems from here. I'll take care not to give away our position.
The Takan might not even know we're still on board this ship. Miranda only saw us transport away. She probably thinks we're back on the Resolute.
Miranda.
Don't give up on her yet, Carter. For all we know, she was trapped, watching it happen. Fighting it the whole time.
The person who shot at us wasn't Miranda. Don't think for a second that she turned on us. 'Cause I don't.
Neither do I. I know it seems like we could never trust her again. But maybe there's a way to turn her back and Miranda could help us stop the Takan. Here, on the ship. Just because the Trill joining is permanent doesn't mean the Takan bioforming has to be.
I've heard enough of your prattling on about your friend. You have to think like a soldier. She's our enemy now. She'll be dealt with like the rest of the Takan.
My friend Miranda is not responsible for what she's doing. The Takan have taken control of her mind. We certainly can't kill her for it.
Speak for yourself. If anyone threatens the Empire, they are the enemy. It's just one life, and it's already been lost.
This is clearly being set up as something that we do get to choose, so...
You don't get to ignore the truth.
We don't like this any more than you do. The Takan are a threat to all of us. They turned our crewmates too. Do you really think they're gonna stop there?
No.
And yet we still risked our lives to come help you, and not everyone made it.
I'll grant that you showed your grit and effectiveness. More than I can say about accessing ship systems. They've blocked out helm control, propulsion. They're closing down systems faster than I can check them. They're always changing these interfaces. I can hardly keep up.
All right, step aside. We'll take it from here.
Fine. Make yourselves useful.
We've already demonstrated mastery of aligning the frequencies, so I'm sure you can do it.
I can see the course they have plotted in.
Okay, so because this is actually a point where we're able to stop, although we'd have to go back to one or two dialogue choices in this chapter should we restart from the most recent autosave. Unless, of course, it lets me save right at this spot manually, but we haven't really determined that yet. I think this is where we'll make a bit of a pause. We've been looking for a kind of a natural breakpoint for a little bit now, and we are past some pretty significant developments. I really don't have a sense of how much more we have to go when it comes to the plot, but we'll put in a generous amount of time to continue in the next available session. Might be tomorrow, might be the day after. We'll see, but we will definitely try to get through the story this week. But yeah, there's a certain momentum to it where, you know, it really doesn't let up very often to let you kind of have a natural stop between episodes, because the adventure keeps on coming. So that'll be all we look at today for Star Trek Resurgence. We'll pick up with this chapter next time if we get moved back a little bit to the most recent autosave right before the scene that we had just seen. We'll probably stick with the same dialogue choices just to continue what we've already been going with. But at the beginning of next time, we will inspect the map and see if we can figure out where they're heading. Thank you so much for joining me. And until we come back for even more of Resurgence, hopefully without the crashing issues that we had earlier today, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be playing or making or otherwise enjoying in whichever way. And as always, live long and prosper, and fare thee well.